come out every week to prophesy the downfall of this wicked kingdom and the return of our King, Yahweh Shai, the Son of the living power, Yahweh. But before we do so, we want to give praises to the Most High and His Son and the Lashawan Kodash, which means the Holy Tongue. All right, and also honors to our elders that helped us grow in this truth. All right, so I'm going to say, Kal, Halayim, La, Yahweh, Ba'Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Ba'Hashem, Rakah, Kodash, Ma'amaf. All right, double honor to the elders apostles of GMS and their elders, and Shalom to you, Akim, and Akwati, my children, which are brothers and sisters that believe in sincerity and truth around the four corners of the earth. All right, so today we're going to go into a lesson dealing with Revelation chapter 11. All right, we're gonna call this one the establishment of the heavenly Sanhedrin. All right, the greatest council, you know, and that's what the Lord is creating, a council in the heavens. This is going to start with the elect of Israel, also called the first fruits. All right, and the word Sanhedrin, somebody get that for me, I think, in Google. I think it just, the word Sanhedrin just means council. All right. So you had a worldly council dealing with the Sanhedrin during the Greek and Roman Empire. Yep, during the Greek and Roman Empire, which was basically established over Judea, and they had jurisdiction over Judea, but they didn't have jurisdiction over Galilee, and that's where Yahushua was from. As long as he stayed in Galilee, they didn't have any jurisdiction over him, and that's what they were trying to do, get jurisdiction over him. And they were also called elders, so they were like the older people. But they weren't the high priests. You had the high priests, but then you had over them, you had the elders of our nations. And those were the ones that established what you call the Sanhedrin. All right, but the Lord, when Yahweh sent Yahweh Shai, he was sent to establish the spiritual Sanhedrin. All right, the gathering that's going to gather in the heavens, the council. Somebody got it?
It says the Sanhedrin, right?
Yeah, etymology. Yep, either one.
Okay, it says the Sanhedrin was an assembly of 23 or 71 elders appointed to sit as a tribunal, the water, in every city in the ancient land of Israel.
Right, that's it. The point I wanted was assembly.
Okay.
So it's a heavenly assembly. So who is the Lord assembling together to be gathered into the heavens? Precept?
Yeah.
Let's get it.
This is Amos 9:11.
Yep.
In that day will I rise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen and close up the breaches thereof, and I will rise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old.
54:3. Right. Because the Lord said he's going to raise up the tabernacle of David, which means the what? The house of his love, the house of his order. And that house is talking about the elect, also called the church. Okay? And those that are after the Lord's heart, in the same mind as the Lord. So the Lord is raising up the tabernacle of the house of David, and that's going to be the assembly, you know. All right. What was it, 54:3? Yeah, let's see what that is.
It's Isaiah chapter 54, verse 3. For thou shalt break forth on the right hand and on the left, and thy seed shall inherit the Gentiles and make the desolate cities to be inhabited.
That's right. So the Lord said, what? He's going to cause Israel to break forth on the left hand and on the right. That goes into the what? The Jews and the Gentiles. And we're going to what? Inherit these foreign nations. All right. And that goes also into the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom on the left hand and on the right. All right. So that goes into the two witnesses that the Lord is gathering for the assembly. So let's get into Revelation 11. Let's start it off. Yep.
11:1.
This is Revelation chapter 11, verse 1.
Yep.
And it says, and there was given me a reed like unto a rod. And the angel stood, saying, rise and measure the temple of Yahweh and the altar and them that worship therein.
Right. So today the altar means to be in his presence, and measure the altar and measure the temple. Okay. And we measure the temple what? And there's a certain number that the Lord is looking for. And that number is what? The 144,000 and the rest of the 1/3. All right. That's the measurement and the stature that we have to reach to, is the faith and hope of Yahushua. Okay. So somebody get Zechariah 1 and 6. Because Zechariah, I think that was around 522 BC. And this during the time of Zechariah, the Lord Yahweh was about to reestablish the children of Israel in their land again. And we're going to rebuild the temple, which started really around 516 BC. So he was telling them spiritually and physically to measure the temple. All right. So today we measure it with the scriptures, with the spirit of truth. Somebody get that?
Zechariah chapter 1, verse 6.
Yep.
But my words and my statutes, which I commanded my servants, the prophets, did they not take hold of your fathers? And they turned and said, like as the Lord of hosts thought to do unto us, according to our ways and according to our doings, so have he dealt with us. Upon the 4th and 20th day of the 11th month, which is the month Sabbath, in the 2nd year of Darius, came the word.
16.
Second year of Darius, right?
Come on.
So the second year of Darius was 520 BC. And he started ruling in 522, Darius the Persian. But go ahead, when he got this prophecy.
Came the word of the Lord unto Zechariah.
But we're going to go to 17 with him real quick. Zechariah, go ahead.
The son of Iddo, the son of Berechiah, the son of Iddo,
Yeah, Berechiah.
Berechiah, the son of Iddo, the prophet,
I do.
the son of Iddo, the prophet, saying, I saw by night, and behold, a man riding upon a red horse.
Right.
And he stood among the myrtle trees that were in the bottom, and behind him there were red horses,
Right,
speckled
yeah.
in white.
Yep. Let's go ahead and get to the point. Let's go to Zechariah 2. Throw it off.
2 and 1.
Yeah, 2 and 1.
Zechariah 2 and 1. I lifted up my eyes again and looked, and behold, a man with a measuring line in his hand.
There you go. See that? There go the measuring line, the same one spiritually that John was talking about in Revelation. Go ahead.
Then said I, whither goest thou? And he said unto me, to measure Jerusalem,
Right.
to see what is the breadth thereof and what is the length thereof.
That's right. So just like he told John to see what is the breadth thereof and what is the length of Israel. So what is the number of the elect? All right, go ahead.
And behold, the angel that talked with me went forth, and another angel went out to meet him, and said unto him, Run, speak to this young man, saying, Jerusalem shall be inhabited as towns without walls for the multitude of men and cattle therein.
Right. So even today, we dwelling as a multitude of men. We say
And cattle therein.
as towns without walls. Okay, go ahead.
For I, saith the Lord, will be unto her a wall of fire round about.
Right. So yep. So the Lord is going to be to us a wall of fire, of protection in these times. Go ahead.
And
So
will be
that goes into what? Measuring the perimeter of Israel. Okay? Go ahead. So that's going to be our protection. That's going to be the measurement, the barrier. He said, what is the length and what is the width of it? Go ahead.
and will be the glory in the midst of her. Ho, ho, come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion, thou dwellest with the daughter of Babylon.
Right. So this right here is spiritually talking about America today, but at that time it was literally talking about Babylon. So he was telling us to come out of those lands where we were scattered in Babylon and come back to our lands under the order of the Persians to rebuild the temple. But today the Lord is saying, leave mentally this spiritual Babylon. All right, be delivered from this place. So let's get back to Revelation 1 again. I mean Revelation 11:1, where it said measure the temple.
This is back at Revelation chapter 1.
Right, because he's going to rebuild the tabernacle of David. That's the temple. Okay.
Chapter 11, verse 1. So like this is, and there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood saying, Rise and measure the temple of Yahweh, and the altar and them that worship therein.
Right, and a reed is a measuring tool. All right, it was a measuring stick. What they call them damn things? Cattails in the water.
Yeah, cattails.
A lot of times they would use those. They would break them off. You know, they would use them as canes. They would use them as measuring sticks. All right. So and usually it would be what you would call a cubit. A cubit would be the length of somebody's arm, all the way to their wrist and to their hand, a man's hand. All right. So today, what we measure Israel with is the scriptures. This is our measuring tool. Yeah, I'm trying to look up something real quick. Go ahead.
Verse 2, it says, but the court which is without the temple, leave out and measure it not.
Right. So what measuring means to what? Somebody get that? Examine thyself. Whether it be in the face? Yeah.
Okay.
Get this real quick. Right. Bring it up when you get it, whoever got it.
All right, this is the book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 13, and verse 5. Examine yourselves, whether you be in the faith, prove your own selves. Know ye not your own selves? How that Yahweh Shai HaMashiach is in you, except you be reprobates.
Right. So what did I say again? Examine yourselves. Right. So how do you examine yourself? With the scriptures. All right. So that's the measuring. All right. So let's keep going.
This is back at Revelations, chapter 11, verse 2. But the court which is without the temple, leave out and measure it not.
Right. So the court that's without the temple, that's given unto who? The Gentiles. Okay, there's 2/3 of our people, these heathens. All right, they can't come into the altar. They can't go into the Holy of Holies. All right. So the only ones that can be in the Lord's presence are the assembly that the Lord is assembling together, bringing together, the elect. That's the temple. Go ahead.
It says, for it is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread underfoot 42 months.
Right. So they tread the foot. They tread not only our land underfoot in 70 AD. It was called the Jewish-Roman Wars with Titus and Vespasian. But also they were trotting us down. I think I'm saying that right. They trotting us down over here in America, all from the Roman Empire, all the way till today. You know, and that it's at 42 months. That represents 3.5, which would be 350 years. Okay. All the way into, up until, the prophecy started kicking off, and then the Lord started waking our people up with Abba Bivens in 1969. All right, you can count back 350 years from that. It'll take you to what, 1619? And that's when the first slave ship started coming over here. So at 350 years later, from 1619, somebody got calculated and do it, but I think I'm correct. But 1619, 350 years later would be 1969. And then that's when Abba Bivens started preaching. All right, and our freedom is at the door from that point. So it's going to be given, even that land is going to be given, even us, because Israel is a people before it's a place. So we're going to be giving it to their hands until these times, until these prophetic times. All right, till we start waking up the Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans. All right, and it says they're going to be trodden underfoot. Let's get some precepts on that. Luke 21 and 24, Psalm 79 and 1. Yep.
This is Luke chapter 21 and verse 24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive into all nations.
There you go. See, we fell by the edge of the sword under Titus and Vespasian. And we were led captive into all nations from that point because we sinned against Yahweh. All right. And plus you had the Sanhedrin that got destroyed with that destruction in 70 AD. That did away with the Sanhedrin. That started going back to when was Maccabees? 198 or 160? 198. 198 BC. All right, anybody know?
No.
Maccabees?
The Maccabean revolt.
Yeah,
168.
168, thank you. All right. So starting from that point, that's when you had the Sanhedrin that really was established with the elders of our people. And then it got destroyed in 70 AD as well. So the Lord was destroying it. All right. What we got? Somebody got another precept?
We got the Psalm 79 and 1.
Yeah, come on.
This Psalms 79 and 1. O Yahweh, the heathen are coming to thine inheritance. Thy holy temple have they defiled.
Right. So the heathens, Esau, they came into our temple and they defiled it. They put a black pig up on the altar. They put a statue of Zeus up. Until this day, our people have been in bondage spiritually under that damn idol Zeus. You know, so they destroyed the temple, then they destroyed our people spiritually and mentally. That's why scripture say, why did the heathen rage? They all came together to keep us destroyed. They created this whole establishment of wickedness to keep the righteous in a destroyed state.
All right. It says, O Yahweh, the heathen are coming to thine inheritance. Thy holy temple have they defiled. They laid Jerusalem on heaps. The dead bodies of thy servants have they given to be meat unto the fowls of the heaven, the flesh of thy saints unto the beasts of the earth.
There you go. That's it on that, right? So they left Jerusalem in heaps. So they talking about building the third temple today. You know, that's where they're at right now is really called the Tower of Antonia, because the real Jerusalem, the real city of David is lying in heaps right now. And even as a nation, our nation is lying in heaps. But the Lord said he's about to resurrect us on this earth. All right, make us stand up again.
I got a precept to that.
Go ahead, brother.
This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 37, verse 10. So I prophesied, and he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived and stood up upon their feet, an exceeding great army. Backing up the elder's point. All right, the Lord's putting that life into us, so we know who we are, knowing that we are the children of Israel, knowing that the Lord has prophesied and commanded us even before the times of old, and He told us these things. And it said even the Spirit, it said the Spirit will teach you all things. Roughly paraphrasing.
Right. All right, let me start. Go ahead, brother.
This is 1 Samuel 2 and 7. The Lord maketh poor and he maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. He raises up the poor out of the dust and lift up the beggar from the dunghill to set them among princes and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillar of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. So the Lord is the one that brought us down, even though he used Esau and the Roman Empire to bring us down. And he's going to ultimately be the one to lift us back up through the spirit of Yahweh by Shem Yahushai. We're being risen up and out of the state of confusion, just like how the elder said, this whole place was created to keep the righteous in a state of confusion.
Right.
But the Lord is lifting us up out of that confusion and raising us up as princes among the earth. It says, verse 8, he will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, for by strength shall no man prevail. And it's all being done by the spirit of Yahweh by Shem Yahushai.
Right. All right. Where was that? Somebody was on verse 3, I think. Yeah,
Revelations 11, verse 3. And it says, and I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,203 score days in sackcloth.
Right. So that 1,203 score days, that goes into the 350 years again. All right. So, you had slaves that knew this truth. And it was even passed on to Abba Bivens from a slave. It was documented. All right. So we've been prophesying ever since. So the Lord got a time limit set to where Israel, the number of Israel is going to be established, the elect. All right. Somebody grab 1 Kings 21 and 27, because that sackcloth represents like you call potato sacks. That's what this is, just basic garments. Not walking around.
I got it.
Yep, you got it.
27.
Not walking around with shiny gold all over your garment.
Fur about the neck.
Right, making the t-shirts, come out here with a t-shirt down to your waist. Rhinestones on the garment. Gauntlets on their wrists. Gauntlets. You know? So we don't need all that. A real prophet is not going to need all that, man. Not going to need all the money, all the buildings and facilities. He's going to come out here and do the work. All right?
First King.
Yeah, First Kings, man. Because this was the King Ahab of Israel when the Lord prophesied against him. Where is it at? In Kings, I think? Yeah.
This is First Kings, chapter 21, verse 27.
Yep.
It says, and it came to pass when Ahab heard those words that he rent his clothes and put sackcloth upon his flesh and fastened it and lay in sackcloth and went softly.
Right. See that? He went softly when he started tiptoeing. Like, oh, you know, he was scared. And that's what the Lord told us. We should be treading lightly. All right. He said we're going to be prophesying in sackcloth. And we're prophesying in a dangerous place to fall on the right hand or to the left. So we have to tread lightly in this place, right? But he told Ahab, he said, yo, he was going to, let's get there real quick. Where is it at? He told Ahab, this right here, this was scared Ahab. Where is it at? You can go down to the next verse. You can go to the next verse.
Okay.
Start from 20, go to 21 real quick.
Is First Kings chapter 21, verse 21.
Right, because prophesying in sackcloth, because we represent, it's just like when Yahushua was on the earth, he was known as a commoner. He didn't show up wearing gold. He didn't show up wearing the priestly outfit. You know, he came in riding on the donkey. He had on basic garments. You know what I mean? And he looked like a commoner. But when Yahushua returns, they say he got a golden girdle, and not just around his waist. It's talking about from his shoulder to his waist, like a prince.
Sash.
A sash. That's what they call it, a sash. All right. So right now, we're going to be blessed to be covered in the same type of garments, just like the angels. They're wearing gold. It says that in second Maccabees. They say the angels have on gold and white. But right now, the Lord, and we're going to have what? New bodies, you know? That's our garments as well, the righteousness that the Lord going to give us. But right now, the Lord told us to come out here and be as sheep amongst wolves, you know? Be just messengers, the commoners, all right? We're teaching in sackcloth, meaning what? In a humble state, knowing that we messed up. Looking for repentance.
First Kings chapter 21, verse 21.
Right.
Behold, I will bring evil upon thee and will take away thy posterity, and will cut off from Ahab him that pisseth against the wall and him that is shut up and left in Israel.
Right. So he was saying he's basically going to destroy his whole generation after a while. You know, he's going to kill Ahab and his descendants later on. See that? Because of the sins that Ahab did and the adultery that Ahab was committing with spiritual adultery with Jezebel. All right? So that's just like us. We were humbled in the same way, our nation, by committing adultery. Yep. You can go down to the last verse.
Verse 29.
Right. He took off them garments, them rich garment, he put on what? Sackcloth. All right.
Verse 29. Seest thou how Ahab humbleth himself before me?
Right, and that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to humble ourselves before the Lord.
Because he humbled himself before me, I will not bring the evil in his days, but in his son's days will I bring the evil upon his house.
Woo! So yeah, he scared the hell out of Ahab. That's why I said when he heard this, he started tiptoeing. He was scared. All right, so that's what it means when it's talking about sackcloth. It's a sense of being humble. All right, and
it's a scripture that says, where Yahushua was talking about humbling thyself as a child, and you shall find the kingdom. A lot of the Israelites who say they're Israelites don't humble themselves as a child to come in the spirit of Yahweh Shem Yahshua and to teach the spirit of Yahweh Shem Yahshua. You have to come in the spirit of humility. It's the same spirit Yahweh came in.
That's right.
And also, Babakah Shah, it says in Sirach, the greater thou art, the more humble you should be.
Shit.
So the higher the Heavenly Father move you up, or he let you know this truth, you should be humble about it. You should be out to teach.
Right.
You shouldn't be looking down at people. Because we all down here in bondage. So, you know, you should be willing and apt to show people the way humbly.
Lift others up.
You also see it in like old like karate flicks. When you fight your way all through an asylum or through a dojo or whatever, you finally get to the person in charge, and you expect to see this big bolo looking motherfucker coming out there, but it's a little frail dude with his hands behind his back, look at you like this, but beat the brakes off you. You know what I'm saying? That's how we're supposed to come in the spirit, in the image of that. But spiritually, we'll whoop these people's ass, but we don't have to flex our muscle like this. Spiritually, it'll you know what I'm saying? It'll show throughout our daily activity, through our daily life.
Right, because my bad, brother. So can make it do what?
White clothes and gold on.
Some of the angels. Yeah. No, we good on that one. I think it was 5 or something like that. I think we're good though. Yep. Because you can see it with in America. You can see it all over the world. You see what? You'll see a billionaire. They'll have on Pro Kids or something.
New Balance.
So, yeah, no jewelry on their body. But then you'll see Jake. As soon as he get a job at a marketing place or just a basic job, next thing you know, they gotta get the big chain. You know, first thing I get the shiny car.
Gotta get the shoes.
Right, the shoes, everything to go. You know, that's just how our people are. But it shows the difference. So those that are truly rich in the spirit, they're not gonna be out here trying to, show off. You know, they're not gonna be out here making it look like gain is godliness. All right, they're gonna have a sense of humility, prophesying in sackcloth, meaning basic garments that you make yourself or you buy online or something like that. It ain't gotta say Israelites United in Geist. It ain't gotta say Sakari with that pagan
Baphomet.
Sun wing.
Saturn disc and the sun,
sun wing,
the Chrysler symbol.
Yeah, that was the bar went into that.
Yeah, I knew that for years though. I'm like, nobody saw that. He got a Chrysler symbol on. I used to have a Chrysler.
Yeah, I got a precept. I got one.
Go ahead, real quick, and then you got.
This is Matthew chapter 18 and verse 3. And he said, verily I say unto you, except ye be converted and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. And I bring it out to back up the elder, because you got to forget everything you think you know, and as a child you learn all over again the things you're supposed to know.
Right.
If a man seems wise in this world, let it become a fool so that it can become wise. You got to empty your cup in order for your cup to get full. You can't be filled if you're already full.
Right.
And then you got to become a new creature. A lot of Jakes like to come in this truth and they try to be the same person. They still want to hold on to who they was in the world. You got to cut the former person off and become a new creature that the Lord can shine his light through. And to 2/3 of our people, they don't want to do that. They want to be the same person because they're comfortable in this flesh. They don't want to upgrade in the spiritual sense.
That's why the Lord.
No, you got especially damn Christians. They think you represent the Lord. You're supposed to have a jet and everything, and a mansion.
That's why the Lord said in Revelations, measure the temple, but don't measure the courtyard. Measure what's within the temple, because like the brother Kabash was saying, and the other Akim, Jake get a little something, and he gotta try to look like he's somebody. You know, and as far as like the garments and stuff, that's just an overcompensation for something that they're lacking, which is the breath, the spirit.
That's right. Y'all got it over here.
All right. 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 3. If any man teach otherwise and consent not to wholesome words, even the words of our Lord Yahweh Shah HaMashiach, and to the doctrine which is according to godliness.
Right. Those are the ones that are in the temple. You know? Go ahead, brother.
It says, he is proud, knowing nothing, but doted about questions and strife of words whereof common envy, strife.
Right. So the ones that follow the wholesome words, they're the ones in the temple. And the ones that don't want to hear it and confide to wholesome words, meaning these righteous words, the truth. Go ahead. It said, let them be counted as what? Heathen man, right?
Not in this one.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, it says, perverse disputing of men, corrupt minds, and destitute of truth, supposing that gain is godliness.
Right. So yeah. So they are men of corrupted minds. They've been corrupted by this world and their doctrine, you know. And they think that gain is godliness.
That word wholesome is here in America, it usually means like something that's like open for like everyone. Like it's usually like family oriented. There's no profanity, there's no violence or nothing like that. And a lot of a lot of these philosophies out here are not wholesome. They all have some type of like the elders say, they all have some type of malice behind them. They all have some type of dark reasoning behind them. They either want money, they want fame,
right?
They want women or something, you know, or some type of darkness. It's not truly wholesome.
Yeah, and the Lord told us to put away all these things, put aside malice, you know, envy. That's in what's that? 2 Peter chapter 2.
It says,
1 Peter chapter 2.
It says, from such withdraw thyself, but godliness with contentment is great gain. For we brought nothing into this world, and it is certain that we can carry nothing out. And having food and raiment, let us be therewith content. But they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare, and to many foolish and hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition. For the love of money is the root of all evil, which some will covet it after they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows, man. So that's the only thing. That's the only thing they gain is a bunch of sorrowfulness. Because guess what? The money is what Esau's using to keep people drunk. So he's playing with the money, man. Making the interest rates go up and down. The value of the dollar depreciating constantly. Gas prices going up. You spending money. You think you're in good case because now they're giving you raises at your job. No, they're giving you raises to keep up with the economy. Because they can't have they don't want you to have you under the floor poor. They need to have you right at ground level to keep you coming back to work, make you think that there's light at the end of the tunnel. Living paycheck to paycheck. It's an all positive scheme and a form of slavery. And 2/3 of the minds of our people, they have Stockholm syndrome, and they cater to this lifestyle, thinking that there's a light at the end of the tunnel when it's smooth darkness all the way to the end.
That's right. Yep. And that's why the Lord said, measure the temple. And the temple goes into the altar, you know, and them that worship therein. And then you have the meeting area where a lot of, what's it called, the foreigners of Israel would meet at outside of the temple. You see that? So that was their area. The Lord said it's given to them. But the ones that are inside worshiping in the temple, in the altar, that's given to the ones that are called the sons of God. That's called the priests. All right, the ones that are in his presence, going according to Psalms 91, that dwell under his shadow. All right?
In the secret places.
In the secret place. Go ahead, bro. Let's get it.
This is 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 18. While we look not at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen. For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal. So going off what the elder was saying about Jake earlier, you know, Jake get a little 9-to-5 job, something, you know, not really crazy. And then they put on a whole bunch of flashiness because they want to be seen. But all that being seen is temporal. All the glory of man fadeth away like a flower. It blooms and it dies, blooms and it just comes up. But the spirit of the Lord is eternal. The things that are not seen, the forces that are around us, that our eyes and our spirits can't truly see or sense, those things are eternal. Those things are always and will always be here. The force of wisdom, the force of truth, knowledge, understanding.
Right. Everything out in the fourth dimension is in order.
Gone.
Everything on the earth is disorder. It's in disorder now because it's being ruled by Esau. But everything out in the heavens is in order. Can somebody get Colossians 3:12? Go ahead.
Gone. This is Matthew 24:35. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away. Just to back up the brother Zariah on his point. So man's comings is as the grass, man. But the Lord's words is gonna stay forever. So no matter how much money or how much substance, how much whatever you got, the Lord's words is gonna be here forever. Doesn't matter where it's at. It's free moving, every motion, man. It's within everything, and everything.
That's right, man. All right. So look at this. 3 and 12. Colossians, whoever got it, let's bring it up.
This is the book of Colossians, chapter 3 and verse 12.
Yep.
Put on therefore as the elect of Yahweh.
Right. So by putting on as the elect, you're gonna humble yourself. You know, you're not gonna be out here looking like Agrippa. You know, shiny suit man and shit. You know? You're not gonna be out here in a tuxedo or a suit talking about you representing the Lord. You know, like these pastors, they represent a business. That's why they wear them suits in the church. You know, the Lord told us to wear garments. He even told us how to make them in the book of Numbers. And they're supposed to be with linen. Some people wear cotton, you know. It is what it is. Go ahead, brother. So he said, put on what?
Put on therefore as the elect of God, holy and beloved, bowels of mercies.
Bowels of mercy, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking for mercy. So by looking for mercy, we're going to be putting on what? Sackcloth. The same way Ahab did. You know, or our people would do when they knew the Lord was about to bring judgment on our people. They would put on sackcloth and they would throw ashes on their head. All right, cover themselves in dirt.
So just think about the spirit that's on these people that lift themselves up and that put on the fancy array of everything, the fur upon their neck, riding in on a horse and stuff like that. That's all gonna be put down.
Yep. That's called being insincere, unsincere. That's called being a hypocrite.
It's called being wicked.
Yeah, doing it not sincerely, doing it in malice. Some type of trickery.
Also, insecurity there too.
Right. All right, acting like they already attained into the kingdom. That's what Paul was prophesying again. So let's keep going. Where was that? Revelation. Somebody have precept? Revelation. Yeah, finish that. My bad. Yeah.
Back at Colossians chapter 3 and verse 12. Put on therefore as the elect of God, holy and beloved, bowels of mercies, kindness, humbleness of mind, meekness, and long suffering.
There you go. So put on the humbleness of mind. So, all right. Humbling yourself to do this work. Not saying you got to walk around with your head down, you know, but you're not going to try to be Jay-Z or P. Diddy. You know what I mean? You might make some money. It is what it is. But when it comes to the Lord's work, he's telling you how he want the character to be in his movie. He said, this is what you're going to wear, a sackcloth. Just like he told a man to be a man and a woman to be a woman. He said, the woman, you're going to know a woman because she's going to have long hair. That's what he created. He said she's going to have long hair. And the man going to be a man because he's going to have a shorter hair and he's going to be manly. All right, and he's going to have wisdom. And this woman here, she's going to be a singer, you know? So he established everything how it should be, every character. Esau's going to be wicked.
That's just it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? All right. So he told the prophets they're going to wear sackcloth. All right. Let's get back to Revelation, unless somebody got a precept. Sure. Okay, go ahead.
This is 1 John chapter 2 and verse 3. And hereby we do know that we know him if we keep his commandments. He that saith, I know him, and keepeth not his commandments, is a liar, and the truth is not in him. But whoso keepeth his word, in him verily is the love of God perfected. Hereby know that we are in him. And that's how you know who's in the secret presence of the Lord. They doing the things commanded of them. They're hearing that calling, and they're making that calling sure. They're not going out here dipping and dabbing with the world, and then trying to sneak back in the temple. And those are liars. They never were they were never in the club. They talk about something, they still got the thing with like it don't wiped off. Nah, it don't work like you never got a sticker. You wasn't marked.
Right,
See,
here's the one that what's it? Clean the outside of the cup. Somebody get that? Yeah. The bucket shot. Yep.
This is Matthew chapter 23, verse 25. It says, woe unto you scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye make clean the outside of the cup and of the platter,
but within they are full of extortion and excess.
There you go. All right. So they may clean the outside of the cup. You know, wearing big garments, they broaden the borders of their garments, buying up all the fringes in the country. You know, riding in on horses and shit, get the big facilities, 501c3 charter. Who knows what type of cars and vehicles they probably got.
They got a jet.
Houses.
They got a jet.
They got Booster Club.
They got a jet.
I know IOC do.
Yeah, he's Booster Club.
Yeah,
He
Booster
boosted
Club.
for people.
They got a jet.
That's how they went to Ghana.
Damn.
Yeah.
So they ain't buy no tickets.
They got a jet. They got a jet before Creflo Dollar. Creflo Dollar was waiting for his jet. He said, "I need a couple million to get this jet."
They probably bought a Tyler Perry.
Yeah, man. Damn. All right, and we don't even need all that to do this work. The spirit moves. You know. That's right. We got the unicorn. We got the internet.
Simplicity. They don't. People without the spirit of Yahweh Shem Yahushua don't understand the simplicity of the spirit of Yahweh Shem Yahushua. All you need is the spirit of Yahweh Bahashem Yahushua. That's all you need to faith the size of a grain of a mustard seed. That's it. That's it. All you need is faith and hope, and follow the law, statutes, and commandments to the best of your ability. That's all you need. You don't need flashiness. You don't need theatrics. You don't need showmanship. You just need sincerity. That's it.
That's it, man. All right. A contrite heart.
Gone.
Now, let's get back to Revelation 11. Let's start from 3.
This is back at Revelation chapter 11, verse 3. And it says, "And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,203 square days, clothed in sackcloth."
Right, man. So we're here prophesying now. All right, in sackcloth. And it said he's gonna give us power. What's that power he gave us? This word. The spirit of truth. That's the power, man. This is the sword. You know, he put a sword in our hands like Excalibur. All right. But the thing is, without this, we didn't have any power. Our power that the Lord gave us is going to defeat Esau's power. Esau's power is on the left-hand side. We've been given the power on the right-hand side. You know? So he gave us power. And also he's going to give us spiritual power in the day of our prophecy. Okay, let's keep going. So he said what? The 2 witnesses. Let's get into that real quick. Let's get on Zechariah 4 and 3. Let's see what that one say. I don't know what none of these might say yet. In Zechariah 11 and 14.
This is the book of Zechariah 4 and 3.
Right.
And 2 olive trees by it, one upon the right side of the bowl.
I think it's higher, right? A little higher.
Verse 1.
Yeah, step 1.
Okay. This is Zechariah 4 and 1. And the angel that talked with me came again and waked me as a man that is awakened out of his sleep, and said unto me, What seest thou? And I said, I have looked, and behold, a candlestick all of gold, with a bowl upon the top of it, and his 7 lamps thereon,
right,
and 7 pipes.
Right, the 7, you know, that goes into the what? The churches. The 7 churches of Asia Minor. All right. So that goes into the 2 witnesses. So this goes into the assembly once again. All right. Who the Lord is gathering together. He said, somebody get that Revelation where it say, I think it's 7 churches, 7 candlesticks.
This is Revelation chapter 1, verse 4.
No, that's true. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's right. There you go. Verse 20.
Verse 20. Mm-hmm. Revelation chapter 1, verse 20. The mystery of the 7 stars which thou sawest in my right hand, and the 7 golden candlesticks. The 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches.
Right. The angels represent, the leaders of those churches that were called out. The word church goes into being called out. Okay, to being measured out. Once again, that's what he told John to do: measure the temple. All right, to measure out. So the ones that were called out, it says what?
And the
7 stars.
Okay. And the 7 candlesticks which thou sawest are the 7 churches.
And the 7 churches of who? Israelites. These were Israelites. Okay. So it starts with that. The 7 churches. that were called out from the world, that were called out from amongst the nation of Israel to serve the Lord. All right, so let's get into it, man. The candlestick.
Time. This
So
is back.
you had the bowl. Go ahead. Which they would pour oil in the bowl, and the oil would seep down to the bottom of the candle. Okay, go ahead. Into another bowl.
Zechariah 4:2. And said unto me, what seest thou? And I said, I have looked, and behold, a candlestick all of gold, with a bowl upon the top of it, and his 7 lamps thereon.
See that? The bowl upon the top of it, that's where they would pour the oil at. Right?
And 7 pipes to the 7 lamps, which were upon the top thereof.
Right? Yep. So this is basically how they would distribute the oil throughout the candlestick. So that represents the oil being poured in through Yahushua, seeping down to us today. Him being out in the heavens, and then the oil pouring down to us today. The 7 candlesticks, the 7 churches. Go ahead. And then the Lord lights our candles. Yahweh.
And 2 olive trees by it, one upon the right side of the bowl, and the other upon the left side thereof.
Right, 2 olive trees. What's that going to? Somebody get Revelation 22? So he said he saw 2 olive trees. The 2 olive trees right there is parabolically talking about Zerubbabel and Joshua the high priest. But Zerubbabel and Joshua the high priest, they were symbolic of the coming church that the Lord was going to establish. They were the beginning of it, you know?
Revelation 22:1.
Yep.
This is Revelation 22:1.
Right, so now today it spiritually represents the 12 tribes of Israel, but the elect.
He showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as a crystal, proceeding out of the throne of Yahweh and of the Lamb.
Right, the river of life, that's the wisdom that's flowing from Yahweh, the oil, right? That's flowing from Yahweh to Yahweh Shai to us. Just like the candlesticks. Go ahead, brother.
And in the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river was there the tree of life.
There you go. So that's the tree of life. Somebody get that? I think she is a tree of life. I know where that one is.
You want me to continue this?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Which bear 12 manner of fruits, and yield her fruit every month.
Right, so we yield our fruit in our season. You know, when it's our time. So you grow, the Lord say, wait on your ministry, and then you begin to yield fruit, which is this wisdom, the truth. All right, and then our nation is able to sit up under your tree and eat of the fruit that falls from your leaves. And even the leaves are for the healing of the nation.
That's what it is.
And that represents the knowledge and wisdom that the Lord gives you.
Finish it off.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
In the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations.
There you go. So the nations that it's talking about right there is talking about the nations of Israel, the 2 witnesses. That goes into Isaiah chapter 11. Somebody get that, Babako Shah?
Isaiah 11.
Yep. Proverbs 3:18. He said on either side of it is what? The tree of life. Proverbs 3:18.
What is Isaiah 11?
11:1. 3:18. Go ahead, brother.
Proverbs chapter 3, verse 18.
Scattered.
She is a tree of life to them that lay hold upon her. And happy is everyone that retaineth her. The Lord by wisdom hath founded the earth. By understanding hath he established the heavens. By his knowledge the depths are broken up, and the clouds drop down the dew.
My bad. Yeah, go ahead. Where was that?
Verse 18.
Proverbs.
Come on. Proverbs verse 3 and 18.
Go ahead, brother.
She is a tree of life.
What's the tree of life? Talking about wisdom. So when he say on either side of it, who have access to it, is talking about these trees. All right. Somebody get Jeremiah 11:16. All right. Let's get that. Let's get a couple.
Jeremiah chapter 11.
Nice and strong, brother.
Verse 16. The Lord called thy name a green olive tree.
There you go. It's talking about who? The nation of Israel. So today it will be the elect. The green olive tree represents being pure. All right. Go ahead and fresh.
Fair in a goodly fruit.
Right. So fair means beautiful and a goodly fruit. All right. So it says the Lord called our name not only a woman, a servant, but he also called us a green olive tree. All right. So we represent those trees. Let's get that real quick. Let me get this real quick. My bad. Isaiah 61:3. What about the shot? All right.
Isaiah 11.
Trees of righteousness. Yep, right after this.
Okay. This is the book of Isaiah 61, verse 3. To appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes.
Right. This is for the elect first, and then for the rest of Israel and the kingdom. So he's gonna give us beauty for the ashes instead of having ashes on our head and our nation being destroyed. All right. Go ahead.
Time. And it says,
so we're gonna be able to poke our chest out in the kingdom. We're gonna be able to be proud then when the Lord makes us perfect. Okay?
Not here in today's time.
Hell no.
the oil of joy for mourning.
So he's gonna give us the oil of joy for mourning. Instead of mourning, he's gonna cover us with joy. So he's gonna give us reasons to be joyful in the kingdom.
The garment of praise for the spirit.
Right. So he's gonna give you a garment of praise. So he's telling you as a human being, you're gonna be covered with praise in the kingdom. Praising him. He's telling you what he's creating in his theater.
The garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness.
Whoa, there you go. That who might be called trees of righteousness? The children of Israel. All right, starting with the elect, the church. Okay, the temple. Let's get that real quick. Isaiah 11.
It's Isaiah 11:10. And in that day there shall be a root of Jesse.
Yeah, root, just like a tree. Go ahead.
Which shall stand for an enzyme of the people.
Right, he's going to stand for a sign to the people, starting with Paul. You know, Peter and Paul. When they say Paul says he magnifies his office. What was his office for? His office was to the Gentiles, meaning the Israelite foreigners. All right, so the Lord was setting it up to bring in the Jews and the Gentiles, the Israelites that believe in the truth. Okay?
I got
that was going to be part of the temple.
Interjection real quick.
Yeah, definitely. Good.
This is John chapter 15, verse 1. I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman.
There you go.
Every branch in me that beareth not fruit, he shall take away, and every branch that beareth fruit, he purges it, that it may bring forth more fruit.
There you go. All right. So that goes into what? The root of Jesse. You know, that root grew, that offspring grew up to be a huge tree, and the branches represent the elect, actually the children of Israel. But then you also have branches that were broken off of these trees that were grafted back in, called what? Gentiles. All right. That's right, man. So that green olive tree became a wild olive tree. You know, wild meaning unruly, immoral, being wicked. All right, poisonous, toxic. But now the Lord said, don't measure, don't deal with them. Don't build them up. Measure the temple and those that worship therein, in the altar, meaning those that are in the presence of the Lord. And you know, all right, go ahead. Somebody read something?
Back in Isaiah.
Yeah, 2 witnesses. Yep. Let's finish that real quick.
Oh, 2 witnesses?
Yeah. He said, it's a enzyme to the people.
Yeah.
And the Gentiles shall seek. And then it said, Judah and Israel. And,
yeah, gotcha. All right, this is Isaiah 11:10. And in that day there shall be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for an enzyme of the people. To it shall the Gentiles seek, and his rest shall be glorious. And it shall come to pass that in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people left from Assyria and from Egypt and from Pathros and from Cush and from Elam and from Shinar and from Hamath and from the isles of the sea, and shall set up an enzyme for the nations and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth.
There you go. All right, so that's the 2 witnesses, man. All right, they're the ones that are the witnesses that saw the Lord's power, that saw Yahushua, you know, that are going to see the Lord's deliverance. And even in the kingdom, once the Lord takes the elect up into the chariots, they're going to be the ones that witness America get destroyed. So these are his two witnesses. All right, that saw the wickedness of Esau. We represent his eyes on the earth. All right. So these are his two witnesses. What did they always say? I bear witness. All right. Go ahead, brother.
This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 24. For wisdom is more moving than any motion. She passeth and goeth through all things by reason of her pureness. And as long as we cling unto the spirit of wisdom, the slakia, as long as we cling unto that wisdom of Yahweh Shem Yahushai, and we ourselves will be more moving than any motion as well.
Right. All right.
Being those strong trees planted by the river, by that what Chal was reading in verse in Revelation 22, that pure water clear as crystal.
Right.
And that's what's nourishing the trees. And from that water, from that oil that's being passed down, that's why we got to pour our cup out to fill it up with the oil or the water that's being presented to us, given to us by Yahweh, by Shem Yahushai, to water the other plants for them to be nourished, have the nutrition to bring forth more fruit.
Right.
You did. I think you did a lesson on it some time ago. It was like you kind of going like the irrigation system, like you dig at the trench. You know, this plant gets water, and then it goes down the canal to more and more plants getting water.
Right.
Being connected to that river, to that pure river of righteousness and truth.
Right, and the path of that water, ultimately it becomes a conduit, like a channeling, directing the water, to the source, where from the original source to the other sources that are doing supplying the water to the rest of the nation.
Yep, I got it. Right. Oh, somebody get Isaiah 43 and 10 real quick.
Isaiah 43 and 10. Isaiah 43.
It's the book of Isaiah,
right?
Chapter 43 and verse 10.
The Lord called us his witnesses many times over.
Ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen, that ye may know and believe me, and understand that I am he. Before me there was no God formed, neither shall there be after me.
That's right, man. There you go. So we were witnesses of his majesty. The scriptures say that. So we're eyewitnesses of Yahweh's majesty. All right. So who is his witnesses on this earth? The two witnesses talking about the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. All right. Of Israel. Y'all have precepts, right? Go ahead, brother. Let's get it.
All right. I got two of it. Well, I'm going to give window.
That's good.
All right. This is the book of Psalms, chapter 33 and verse 11. The counsel of the Lord standeth forever, and the thoughts of his heart to all generations. And I brought that out to back up the brothers, man. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai counsel is standing forever and sure. And you've seen it through the times of the 60s, 1969, through other Bibbins, all the way to our apostles and elder, Apostle Tahar on down, to our elder at our count, and to us, man. You see that through us, man, that Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai counsel standing forever, man. And his words are not going to return unto him void.
That's right.
All right. Verse 12. Blessed is the nation whose power is the Lord, and the people whom he have chosen for his own inheritance. So blessed is the so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, man, even though he's only dealing with the elect in these times. The 144,000 men and the 1/3 women and children, and also the men that's a part of that, man. And in the spectral bird, meaning the ones that look like these other nations, man, but of the Israelites.
Precept, just to back up what the brother Mazan just brought out. This is Proverbs 21 and 30. There is no wisdom, no understanding, nor counsel against the Lord Yahweh. So just like the brother brought out, there is no other wisdom, no other counsel that can stand against the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding and the truth of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai that has been brought down from Yahweh Shai down through us through the ages all the way down to this day. It starts at the top and it trickles down.
Right.
Precept. This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 51 and verse 7. Hearken unto me, Ye that know righteousness, the people in whose heart is my law, those who are being measured, fear ye not the reproach of men, neither be ye afraid of their revealings, for the moth shall eat them up like a garment, and the worm shall eat them like wool, but my righteousness shall be forever, and my salvation from generation to generation. So just like the brother saying, man, the word of the Lord is not gonna pass, man. It's ultimately gonna be fulfilled.
Right. Yep. Yeah, bring these out. I'm gonna get back to Revelation too.
All right, this is Proverbs 19, just to back up what the brother Thanyala was saying. Proverbs chapter 19, verse 21. It says, there are many devices in a man's heart. Nevertheless, the counsel of the Lord Yahweh, that shall stand. So maybe many thoughts, maybe many ways of thinking in a man's heart. But when it comes down to the counsel of the Lord, that's what's gonna stand. That's what's gonna be concrete. That's what's gonna last forever.
Yep. And devices go into imagination. They imagine it. You know, what can their mind imagine?
What Nate imagined in grocery stores.
Esau imagining the new world order.
Con.
A digital world.
Oh, yeah.
You know? And wherein dwelleth wickedness. That's what they want. A satanic order on this earth.
New world order.
Right, and to see us destroyed. All right, that's what they want. But they can imagine it, but the Lord gonna what? They're gonna destroy their imaginations.
The Psalms, chapter 1, verse 1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doeth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth fruit in his season. His leaf shall also not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper.
Right. He said what? The leaves are for the healing of the nation. So the leaves represent you being in the doctrine. And that's what heals our people, the spirit of truth. Right? Now, it says, neither shall his leaf wither. Meaning you're going to remain in this truth. You're going to be able to endure it to the end. You're going to always be watered by the spirit of the Lord, by that oil that's supposed to come down. You know, when you water a tree and the leaves won't wither, the Lord going to always shine his sun, the light on you. You know, the same way the sunlight is always on the trees. He's going to plant you by a river which gets the best water, meaning bring you closer to him. You know? So that's what it's talking about. Trees again. The two witnesses. He said trees of righteousness. 2 green olive trees, man. All right? And olive represents anointing or pureness. And that's only given to the elect. That's right, man. It's beautiful, man. Go ahead, brother. I want to get a precept too at that.
All right, this is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 17, and I'm going to start at verse 7. Blessed is the man that trusteth in the Lord, and whose hope the Lord is. For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, and that spreadeth out her roots by the river, and shall not see when heat cometh, but her leaf shall be green. It shall not be careful in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruit.
Right. So even in the destruction, the elect are going to still have understanding, still have wisdom, and they're not going to cease from yielding fruit, even when all hell breaking loose, man. When the fire is going, when the destruction is happening. All right. And it said they're going to dig their roots into the water, into the ground. They're going to have foundations.
And the roots is Yahweh Shai, because that's what they're going to be rooted and grounded in.
Kind of like an evergreen tree. Basically, an evergreen tree it flourishes basically being in season and out of season, man. It's gonna constantly be flourished. It's always gonna be green. Always constantly getting the nutrients that it needs, man. Like the brother said, man. A tree by the riverside, man. You know, so it's always gonna be fed. You know.
Right. Yep. Through the water and through the sunlight, through the light. That's what helps it grow up.
It says in the scriptures, he that watereth, he himself shall also be watered. So if you're doing the work, that's watering. Guess what? And you're going to be watered. So it's a trend that's been set by Yahweh Shai.
That's right, man. That's beautiful, man. Somebody get Revelation 1 again, 1 and 1. And then somebody get 1 Corinthians 3 and 16, Babak Shah. 3 and 16.
This is Revelation chapter 1, verse 1. The revelation of Yahweh Shah Mashiach.
No, my bad. 11 and 1.
Oh, 11
I
and
got 3
1.
and 16.
I keep saying 1 and 1.
Okay, back at 1.
Yeah.
This is Revelation chapter 11, verse 1. This is, and there was given me a reed like a rod, and the angel stood to like it. It says, and there was given me a rod, to like given me a reed like unto a rod. And the angel stood, saying, Rise and measure the temple of Yahweh and the altar and them that worship therein.
Right, so let's get that. Corinthians.
1 Corinthians 3 and 14.
Yeah, I think it was
16. Oh, 16, I got it. This is 1 Corinthians 3 and 16.
Right, he said measure the temple, right? Go ahead.
So now if any man build.
My bad.
Yeah.
Let me get to talking. Okay, know ye not that ye are the temple of Yahweh,
Right.
and that the spirit of Yahweh dwelleth in you? If any man defile the temple of Yahweh, him shall Yahweh destroy, for the temple of Yahweh is holy.
There you go.
Which
Right.
temples ye are.
No, he said it was temple ye are, so the spirit dwells within us. He said ye are the temple. It don't get more clear than that. All right. So he said measure the temple. That means to what? To measure the elect, to build up the elect that are in this truth. All right. So let me get this real quick. Revelation 3 and 12. Right, man, because the temple represents the kingdom, and it also represents a city. All right, New Jerusalem coming down from heaven.
Revelation chapter 3, verse 12. Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God.
Right, so you'll be a pillar in this truth. Just like with King Solomon, when he was in power around 1000 BC, he put up a pillar in place of where the flood happened at. I mean, we call that the Exodus, where he parted the Red Sea. King Solomon left a pillar there, and it's still there to this day. So a pillar is what supports the temple. All right. So the Lord said, "You're going to be a pillar in His temple, and you shall go no more out ever again." Meaning you're going to always have wisdom. You're going to always remain in the truth, and the sun shall not go down ever again upon you. All right. Go ahead. Read that again.
Revelation chapter 3, verse 12.
Right. So him that overcometh what? This world, overcoming yourself by believing in Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai, you've overcome already.
Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go no more out, and I will write upon him the name of my God and the name of the city of my God.
Right, so he's going to write upon that individual the name of New Jerusalem or Yerushalayim. That individual is going to be a citizen that helps to establish the city. All right, so that individual is going to be known as the Israelite, man. Okay, Yerushalayim, a prince. And the nation's going to be in fear when they see you.
And for carpentry and construction terms, we have certain things called like load-bearing beams or load-bearing wall. Those are walls that support the whole foundation of the structure, and you can't move those walls. So those walls have to be fortified in that structure in order for it to stand up. So that's what the elect are being placed in today in the spiritual temple of New Jerusalem, man.
Right.
As load-bearing beams, meaning supporting the whole structure and the whole foundation of the building.
You say low or load?
Load bearing.
That's good. That's perfect too.
Yeah. Well, somebody read something.
Revelation 3,
Revelation 3.
12.
And we went back to 11 and 1.
Yeah, we went back to the top.
Okay, we were done with that.
3 and 12. Him that overcome Revelation 3 and 12. Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall no more go out. And I will write upon him the name of my God and the name of the city of my God, which is New Jerusalem, which cometh down out of heaven from my God. And I will write upon him my new name.
Right, so his refreshed name saying that he's going to say this individual belongs to Yahweh Shai.
Not a new name, as in like it's not gonna be Yahushua anymore. Like you just said, refresh.
Yeah, be refreshed. All right. He said till the time of refreshing comes, man. All right. So he's gonna write upon you his name, and you are the temple. Okay, you are the stones that make up the temple. Let's get that. Ephesians chapter 2. 2 and 19. Go ahead, bro.
This is the book of St. Luke, chapter 10 and verse 19. Behold, I give you power to tread on serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you.
That's right, man. And that's spiritual first, but then it's going to become physical. All right? And that's spiritual. Because at that time, he gave them spiritual power, and he gave them the spirit of truth. And they had power to tread upon scorpions, meaning the wicked of our nation, the ones that wanted to hurt them and push their false doctrine and cause them to be put to death. You know, the Lord gave us power over them, and serpents, you know, snakes and shit, right? And also he said what? He said nothing shall by any means hurt you, man. Okay,
It's that barrier.
That's that barrier, man. And that ultimately talking about in the day of our power. You know, once the Lord gives us that power, that physical power, nothing's gonna be able to hurt us. All right, somebody got something?
It's Ephesians 2 and 19.
Yeah.
This is Ephesians chapter 2, verse 19. Now therefore ye are no more strangers and foreigners, but fellow citizens with the saints and of the house of Yahweh.
There you go. So we fellow citizens now, the city.
No more strangers.
So he said he's gonna write upon you his new name, and no more strangers anymore outside the temple. Now you're fellow citizens inside the house, inside the temple. All right, that's supposed to be measured. And say measuring meaning also count the elect. This one right here, you know, bring them in. Go ahead, brother. All the way 22.
Okay. I want to go up to 12 now.
You probably go there right after this, though.
Yeah, okay. Verse 20. And are built upon the foundation of the apostles.
So, see that? So we built upon the foundation of the apostles. That's going to be important. So remember, when we get towards the end of this chapter in Revelations 11, you know, also in Revelations 21, where it says the foundations, you had 12 foundation stones. You had the 12 tribes of Israel, and then you also had the 12 apostles. So not only are they from Israel, but they had to be built upon that foundation to be part of the church, to be part of the temple. Starting with the 12 apostles. All right, and that's important to remember when it talks about this heavenly Sanhedrin that the Lord is creating. This heavenly Sanhedrin meaning an assembly or a council. All right, and that's what it goes into, where it says the 24 elders fell down before him, 2 and 4. 12 and 12 equals 24. So that goes into the 12 tribes of Israel, but the 12 starting with the ones that's built upon the foundation again, of the 12 apostles.
All right, so verse 20, and are built upon the foundations of the apostles and prophets, Yahweh himself being the chief cornerstone,
Right.
in whom all the building fitly framed together growth unto an holy temple in Yahweh.
There you go. So once it's fitly framed, meaning measured out, right? Now it's going to grow, meaning it's being built. There's a building happening right now, but it's, you know, but it's yeah, I'll just leave it there. But it's a patience to it, just like with Solomon. When Solomon was building the temple, he had them go out and build the bricks first outside of the temple, outside of Jerusalem, so it'll be quiet in Jerusalem. There was no sound of nails or hammers heard. Just like now we're being built, but you can't hear the nails and the hammer. You know, and we're being built outside of Israel, right? Just like stones being prepared.
All right, Ephesians 2 and 21, in whom all the building fitly framed together grows unto an holy temple in Yahweh.
Right, being a holy temple, meaning a set apart temple for the Lord Spirit to dwell in, separated from this world, man. All right, a house for the Lord to dwell in on this earth. And that represents the elect of Israel that we're supposed to measure out. That was it. Go ahead, brother.
In whom you also are builded together for an habitation of Yahweh through the Spirit.
Through the Spirit. All right, and what's the habitation of the Lord? He said the Lord will come in and sup with you. And he's going to send forth his Spirit that's going to dwell in you. The Holy Spirit. All right, so ye are the temple. We represent the temple of the Lord that the Lord said measure out. All right. We'll go back to verse 3, Revelation 11 and 3.
This is back at Revelation chapter 11, verse 3. It says, and I will give power unto my 2 witnesses.
So those 2 witnesses that we just now elaborated on extensively, they're going to be given power. We got power right now, man. You know, this is all the power we need. But then we're going to get more power, like Brightburn, like Superman. You know? Go ahead.
It says, and they shall prophesy 1,203 days, clothed in sackcloth.
Right, so we're doing that now. We're living out the end of that prophecy now. All right, 350 years, man. Go ahead, living out that prophecy. Go ahead, brother.
These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks standing before Yahweh, the God of earth.
Right, so these are the ones that stand before the Lord, man. That stand in his presence, all right, under the altar. Okay? So we stand before Yahweh, and we're his witnesses on the earth. Let's go to verse 5. Yeah, somebody get Romans 11 and 13 all the way to 26. We can split it up, huh? No, let's get this real quick. Then we're gonna go to 5.
Said 11
We're
15.
gonna go back to 4 and then
13.
13.
Revelation 11 and 13.
Romans 11 and 13.
Romans 11 and 13. Salaki.
This is Romans chapter 11, verse 13. It says, for I speak to you Gentiles, and as much as I am the apostle of the Gentiles, I magnify my office.
See that? So he magnified his office. All right. So from that time, this message has been going out to the Gentiles, which means the foreigners or Israelites that were scattered. Okay.
Verse 14. If by any means I provoke you to emulation, them which are my flesh, and might save some of them.
There you go. So he was doing the same thing. He was going out and measuring the temple. All right. Them which are his flesh, who are Israelites. All right. It might save some of them. That's the goal.
For if the casting away of them be the reconciling of the world, what shall the receiving of them be but life from the dead?
Right. So if the casting away of the children of Israel created more wicked people on the earth, you know, by us going off, we had the sand of the sea. So the more of us that were going off, that created more wickedness on the earth. So what shall the reconciling of them be? Once the elect come into the truth and that office is magnified, it's going to go to the heavens. We're going to inhabit the other planets. The increase of it, you know, the same way we increase as wicked people on the earth, our nation. Now we're going to increase as righteous people on the earth. Go ahead, brother. Read that again.
Verse 15, for if the casting away of them be the reconciling of the world.
See, the reconciling of the world, meaning the world became more, you know, instead of righteousness.
What shall the receiving of them be but life from the dead?
See that? The receiving of us to Yahweh shall be more life from the dead, man, meaning bringing Israelites from being spiritually dead. Right, that's the congregation of the dead is more than the elect right now. Go ahead, brother.
This is Isaiah chapter 60.
Right, he said the wicked surrounds on every side.
Verse 20. I mean, verse.
And he said 2/3 versus 1/3.
Right.
More.
Verse 21. Thy people shall all be righteous, and they shall enter the land forever. The branch of my planting, the work of mine hands, that I may be glorified.
There you go.
A little one shall become 1,000, and a small one a strong nation. And I, the Lord, will hasten it in his time.
There you go. All right. So a little one represent. He said, "These my little ones, which are the elect." All right. Those little ones, that one individual, 144,000 and the 1/3, that individual is going to become a nation of people. You know, it's going to be populated so much that we're going to go and inhabit the other planets. All right. But as we see it right now, we see a small remnant waking up to the truth. But we see a majority of our nation that was spiritually dead, all Israel. He said, we discontinued from our heritage. So we were all spiritually dead, you know.
Damn, so we were all Gentiles. So
it increased all the way to the point of all Israel being destroyed. So he's saying now How much more? Go ahead, let's finish that. Go ahead, right?
Verse 15, verse
it.
16.
You get it, yep.
For if the first fruit be holy,
Yep.
the lump is also holy.
See, now we have a first fruit. Talking about who? Yahweh Shai, the chief cornerstone. So now the rest of that temple that's built to that is going to be holy. The rest of the tree or the fruit from that first fruit, Yahweh Shai is going to be holy. Go ahead.
And if the root be holy, so are the branches.
Right, and so are the branches. If the root of the tree is righteous tree, so are the branches. And he say you judge a tree by its fruit. A wicked tree cannot bring forth good fruit.
Interjection.
All right, go ahead.
All right, this is Ephesians chapter 2, verse 11. Wherefore remember that ye being in past times Gentiles in the flesh, who are called uncircumcision by that which is called the circumcision in the flesh made by hand. That at that time you were without Yahweh Shai, being aliens from the commonwealth of Israel, as strangers from the covenant of promise, having no hope without Yahweh in the world. But now in Yahweh Shai Hamashiach, ye who sometimes were afar off are made nigh by the blood of Yahweh Shai. So basically, we're all in that Gentile state, but we're brought back through Yahweh Shai, that root. So we were grafted back into that original root, being the foundation of that tree, Yahweh Shai.
And also where it says the covenant of promise, the promise was only given to the children of Israel. So when it speaks to Gentiles, it's not talking about these other nations, because these other nations weren't given the promise. They didn't have a covenant with the Lord. They didn't come out of Egypt. No miracles was made for them because the Lord was with them. If he was with them, it was to punish us because we went against the Lord.
Right.
But the Lord was always dealing with the nation of Israel.
And if they would come to the other nations, he probably wouldn't have to do miracles because they would have believed him. We just so hard headed, like we didn't. He did that for us, man.
Yep, the Lord was only with these other nations when he used them to kick our ass. That's it.
Exactly.
Just like with Josephus, he said that. Remember that? He said that. He said,
The Lord is with them.
the Lord is with the Romans right now, man. He said, matter of fact, you can keep my family. You can kill them if you want. I'm not playing. I'm going over here. I'm a Roman now. I was married now. I'm a writer. They called me an author. Josephus.
We call you a scribe, no, an author.
I'm an author now. Y'all call me nobody and shit. All right, so just keep on with Romans.
This is Romans chapter 11, verse. I'm gonna reread verse 16.
Right.
For if the first fruit be holy, the lump is also holy.
Yep.
And if the root be holy, so are the branches. And if some of the branches be broken off, and thou be a wild olive tree.
Right, wild. Yep. We were a olive tree that went wild. He said, I have planted thee a noble. You got it? Can you get that?
Noble vine.
Yeah. Go ahead. Let's get that.
Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 21. Yet I have planted thee a noble vine,
Right.
holy a right seed.
Right. So when he said green olive tree, he's talking about a right seed, man. A noble vine, a tree. That's what he's talking about, with roots to it. Go ahead.
It says, how then art thou turned into a degenerate plant of a strange vine unto me?
Right. So he planted us in our land and gave us laws and everything. But he's like, yo, how did you turn into a strange and degenerate plant to the Lord? A wild olive tree, growing wild with poisonous fruit. All right. Not being taken care of. Okay. The word wild goes into being just like a wild beast. Like NATO. Becoming just like these heathens. Having no rules, no laws, man. Lawless nation. That's how we became. All right. So that was our wisdom in the sight of the world. The Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans. But he said, how did you lose that wisdom? What happened? How did you become wild like a beast? And unruly and wicked.
Disorderly.
Yep. He said we were a wild olive tree. Go ahead.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 5. I'm going to start at verse 1. I'm going to go to verse 2. Now will I sing to my well-beloved, a song of my beloved touching his vineyard. My well-beloved hath a vineyard in a very fruitful hill. And he fenced it and gathered out the
Right.
No, it's just like when the points be kept, the spirit be moving like that.
Yeah. Slap somebody, bro.
And it says, and he fenced it and gathered out the stones thereof and planted it with the choicest vine and built a tower in the midst of it.
Right. Man, that's deep. You know what? He planted it with the choicest vine, man. Okay? So he planted what? The venue with the choicest vine, talking about Yahushua. All right? He planted us with what? With the laws as well, the first covenant. You know? Right. That's why the scriptures say that. He let's get it, man. Genesis 49 and 1. What is it? 12. Let's say the cattle. He bindeth his fowl to the binding the fowl to the vine. Somebody get that?
Keep going on this a little bit.
Let me get this real quick. Hopefully it don't take too long. Yeah, 49. 11. Right. So
Binding his fowl.
yeah, somebody bring it up.
This is Genesis 49 and verse 10. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet.
Right. The Lord promised that the rulership shall not depart from Judah, meaning when we come back into this truth, it's not going to be Ephraim that's going to be the new top tribe. It's not going to be Manasseh. The top tribe is going to be Judah because of Yahushua. All right, that he was going to come through Judah. All right, go ahead. That's what the Lord established. And Yahweh means Yahweh's praise. And he established for the land of Judah to be where Yahushua is going to be located.
Until
my bad.
No, it's like until Shiloh come.
Right, until Shiloh comes. And Shiloh represents Yahushua. All right, that word Shiloh goes into the word Messiah, anointed.
And unto him shall the gathering of the people be.
So unto him shall the what? The assembly be. Right? The gathering shall be unto Yahushua. This is prophetic, man, spoken about Yahushua in the Old Testament.
Binding his foe unto the vine.
Right, binding his foe into the vine. That represents binding the first testament, what was it called? The Old Covenant. The first covenant to the vine, talking about Israelites. Go ahead.
Binding his foal unto the vine and his ass's coat unto the choice vine.
Right, the ass's coat goes into their descendants. So the remnant later, they were bound to the choicest vine. Read that again, my bad.
It says, binding his fowl unto the vine and his ass's coat unto the choice vine.
To the choice vines, right? Plural. So the choice vines today are talking about the elect. So he's binding the second covenant to the elect. All right. So the first covenant was bound to the Israelite, to his vineyard, right? But the first vineyard, the vine, but the second covenant is bound for the elect, man. He bound that to them. How did he do that? When he showed up on the earth, and he came out here and said, Peter, you, all right? And he bound this to them as a token for today. All right, that was it, brother. The water. All right, and the rest of them go into another time.
That in the 11th verse we spoke of in the beginning of the camp, he washed his garments in wine and his clothes in the blood of grapes.
That's right.
Just that was how we had so many.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that. All right.
Roman.
So that should make sense now, right? Go ahead. Where was that?
I still have a little bit more.
Go ahead, Doc, and then we get back to it.
Isaiah 5 and 2, and he fenced it and gathered out the stones thereof and planted it with the choicest vine.
There you go. So he gathered out the stones thereof and planted it with the choicest vine. Ultimately talking about the laws that were given to us, and today talking about Yahushua, right? The choicest vine. He's the choicest. And then you got the choice vines, which represent the elect.
And built the tower in the midst of it.
Right. Yep.
And also made a winepress therein.
Yep, a place for judgment. All right, so he made a place for judgment amongst Israel. Go ahead. Talking about the laws.
And he looked that it should bring forth grapes, and it brought forth wild grapes.
Right, so he looked for it to bring forth more fruit and to grow as a nation, but it brought forth what? Wild grapes. Goes into that wild olive tree. All right, and wild grapes represent poisonous or toxic grapes. You know, Or scorpions, you know, scorpions have toxins that they try to inject in you. All right, so it's bad fruit. You know, that was it. So he looked for it to bring forth grapes, but instead it brought forth wild grapes or wild olive tree. Go ahead, brother. Where was that?
This is Romans chapter 11, verse 17. And if some of the branches be broken off, and thou being a wild olive tree wert grafted in amongst them, and wilt, and with them partakest of the root and fatness of the olive tree.
Right. So yep. So they can be grafted back in. All right. To a different tree, but it got to be the same olive tree. You know, it could be a wild olive tree or a green olive tree, but it got to be an olive tree. You can't graft an apple into an orange tree, but you can graft, meaning make a cut in the actual vine, and then graft in the branch that fell off.
That's an actual technique. There's a lot of videos going around as they cut off one plant and they cut a sliver onto another, and they put that sliver in that one sliver, and they bind it up with like some saran wrap for a little bit, let the humidity and let nature take its course. They take the saran wrap off, and it's like completely like grafted back in,
grafted into the vine again, the righteous vine, just like the scriptures say he was bruised. Yahushua was bruised, just like you afflict the tree. You know, he cut it and grafted us into him. Okay. That was it on that.
Oh, you gonna go to 30, right?
26.
Verse 18. Boast not against the branches.
Right. So we don't come out here and boast and say, yeah, 2/3. The Lord got rid of you so I could be in the truth. No, we in the grace. We didn't deserve this, man. All right.
Boast not against the branches, but if thou boast, thou bearest not the root, but the root thee.
Right. So we didn't. That goes into Galatians chapter 4. It says, now that how you turn to the beggarly, now that you're known of the Lord. Right. We don't bear the root. You know, no servant is greater than his master. We're not greater than Yahushua. We're not controlling things. It's him. So we shouldn't be walking around boasting like we did something. You know? We ain't go up on the cross for our people.
Verse 9.
Oh, my bad. They're going to get something real quick. Galatians 4. How we turn, now that you are known of the Lord. Yep.
This is Galatians chapter 4. We start at verse 8.
Yep,
it says, howbeit, then when ye knew not Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushua, ye did service, not unto them which by nature are no gods, but now ye are, but now, after that ye have known Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua, or rather are known of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua, how turn ye again to the weak and beggarly elements, whereunto ye desire again to be in bondage.
Right, not that we knew the Lord, but we are known of the Lord. You see that? Be thankful that the Lord knows us. All right, not that we bear the root, but the root bears us. What's that?
Our names are written in the book of life.
Yeah, not that we created Yahushua, brought him into this. He bears us. So we have to treat it as trustees, and that he entrusted us with this truth as being examples. All right, look at that, Jeremiah 1:5.
With that comes humility, knowing that we didn't do anything to where Yahushua was like, man, look at that glorious man down there. I'm gonna make him I'm gonna bring him into the fold. It's like, no, I'm choosing him for a specific reason.
Right, it's a gift,
mercy.
Yep.
Gift and mercy.
Go ahead, brother. 1:5.
Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 5. It says, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee.
Whoa, he said, rather are known of the Lord. See that? Not that you knew the Lord, but rather that we're known of the Lord. He said, before I formed you in your belly, formed you in your mother's belly, before you even placed inside the fetus, the Lord said he knew you. So he knew you, he knows you on the earth as well. Right?
And before thou camest forth out of the womb.
Right. So before we even touched the earth and did anything, good or bad, that's in Romans chapter 9. Esau and Jacob, neither haven't done good or evil. Somebody, Babaka Shaki, somebody get that?
Like our family members, when we go looking through the old photos, they'll be like, "Oh, who is this?" I was like, "Oh, that's somebody else." You know, that was way before you was even thought of. The Lord was thinking of us.
Right. So it's basically saying there's no accolades that we can point to on earth that we did to deserve this, man. To deserve being in the kingdom. We can say that, yeah, we taught and we did all of that, but the Lord said what? One man water, and another gives, one man planteth and another gives the water, but it's the Most High that gives the increase. So we got the water and the plant from the Lord. You know, that's why my mom used to say a joke that the Lord would say this to Esau. Hey, human being, I want you to go build me a house. You know, build a house, build a car. And then the man would say, I could do that. He said, but you got to get your own dirt. See, everything comes from the Lord. All right, so even this truth that we got. Go ahead, bro.
Romans.
It is Romans 9:11. It say, for the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of Yahweh Bashim Yahushai, according to election, might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth.
See, not of works, but of him that called from the beginning. Let's get that real quick. Let's finish that real fast. He said, but not of works, but of him that calleth. That's why he gets all the praise. You know, this is not of our own doing. Not that we're saying, yeah, 2/3 y'all got kept out of the truth so we can be grafted in. No, go ahead.
Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 5. Before I formed thee in the belly,
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
I knew thee. And before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations.
So the Lord sanctified us, separated us from the world, and then he ordered you, your spirit, to be a prophet unto the nations. He ordered the angels to deal with you and everything, man. All right. So yeah, man. You got something? Go ahead, definitely good.
This is 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 27. But Yahweh have chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise, and have chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things that are mighty. And base things of the world and things that are which are despised have Yahweh chosen, yea, and things which are not, to bring to naught things that are, that no flesh shall glory in his presence. But of him are ye called in Yahweh Shai, who of Yahweh is made unto us wisdom and righteousness and sanctification and redemption. So it's like, so the Lord, he picks and chooses like the lowly and beggarly things of the earth to confound the things that are mighty, so that no man can glory in his flesh. Because of him are we called. We ain't called unto him like, yeah, I want to apply for this job. You got talking about saving people. No, we were called into it. So there's no way we can boast or brag for anything, because all goes back to glorifying him.
All right, brother. All right, let's get back to Revelations 11 and 4, I think it was. Go ahead.
Oh, this is John chapter 15, verse 16. Ye have not chosen me, but I have chosen you and ordained you that ye should go and bring forth fruit, and that your fruit should remain, that whatsoever ye shall ask of the Father in my name, he may give it to you.
And even with that, if you bring forth fruit and you still can't brag and boast, because he sent you to the fruit. He got it. He directed your whole path for you to be in the right place at the right time, for you to even be able to speak to that person. And on top of that, he put it in your mind what you shall say to the person to gather the fruit that you gather. So we're not gathering anything. It's Yahweh Bashim Yahushai gathering through the Spirit. I got a precept too.
Yeah, bring a precept out. Then we'll get back to this Romans 11.
Then he said, ye haven't chosen me. So like the elder was saying, we ain't do nothing to deserve this. The Lord said, you come here. And that's what it was. We ain't go out here and prophesy or do nothing, say nothing, charity. We ain't do nothing to deserve this. This is all the will of the Yahweh Bashim Yahushua. Sure. They chose us. Good. Y'all write this up.
This is Isaiah 34:16. Seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read. No one of these shall fail, none shall want her mate. For my mouth it had commanded, and his spirit it had gathered them, man. So the Lord commanded it from his mouth. Even if it came out of the mouth of the prophets, it was still a command from the Most High.
Right. Yep. That's a ricochet effect. That's a circle. Because he said, what? My mouth have commanded it, meaning had the prophets write the book. And then he said his spirit through the book gathered them again. In every generation gathers the elect, that same spirit. All right, gathered the precepts, and also those precepts gather in the elect through the spirit of truth. All right. So, and that's gathering what? The assembly, that heavenly Sanhedrin that we're talking about, the heavenly council. All right. Go ahead.
This is back at Romans chapter 11, verse 18. Boast not against the branches, but if thou boast, thou bearest not the root, but the root thee.
See, now we know that. All right. So, go ahead. You can't have a tree without the roots, but you can have a root without the tree.
Thou wilt say then, the branches were broken off, that I might be grafted in.
Right. So so a lot of jakes will say that. Yeah, you were kicked out of the truth, so I could be in the truth. The Lord chose me because you ain't nothing. No, man, all Israel is something. It's just the order that the Lord set up. It's just chemistry. With the Lord setting up as his first, second, third, fourth, fifth, setting things in order.
Well, because of unbelief, they were broken off.
Right. So weren't we broken off for unbelief? We believed, but we were still broken off. According to what he said, we discontinued from our heritage. Go ahead.
And thou standest by faith.
Right. We standing by faith, not by work, not nothing we did, not accolades. Go ahead.
Be not high-minded, but fear.
Right. So don't be high-minded like these Christian churches. Don't be high-minded like IUIC riding on his high horse. Acting like he's doing everything perfect, like the elders or the wicked Pharisees and scribes were doing back then. Right? Don't be high-minded.
For
charging people money. Like you somebody special. Why you gotta pay you? Why you gotta be the rich ones?
Yes. And ultimately, why they gotta pay you? Why you gotta be rich ones? So that way, we all know who's the wicked.
Right.
Coming in that same spirit.
There you go. Yep. You got a precept? Go.
This is Exodus chapter 3, verse 10. This is the Lord speaking to Moses through the bush. Come now, therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. And Moses said unto Yahweh, who am I, that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt? And he says, certainly, I will be with thee, and this shall be a token unto thee that I have sent thee, when thou hast brought forth the people of the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve Yahweh upon this mountain. So the first thing Moses said, who am I that you chose me? And the Lord kind of glazed over. He's like, look, I'm going to be with you. You are Moses that I chose. So we shouldn't be coming up to people saying, yo, I am such and such and such and such. All this stuff. Moses was in a humble spirit. Who am I? Like, what did I do? And you didn't do anything. You were just chosen. Right. Just straight up. We are just sheep sent out into this world full of wolves.
Right. That's right.
Ultimately, all of us are what do they call NPCs, non-playable characters. Our shit is already written out. Can't nobody take control and play us enough. It's all written out, all are scripted all the way to the end, man.
Yeah, and especially in this matrix.
Right.
This matrix is like a storybook. He said, the scriptures say that we live our lives as a tale that is told. It's already told. Foretold.
Come on. What's foretold?
It's foretold, man. All right, by the author. Yep, by the author.
Yahweh will be the author, the one who wrote the script. Yahweh Shai is the main character that the script is about, and we are just extra characters, side characters.
We'll call supporting characters.
Yes, supporting characters.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he said, written in the volume of book. It is spoken of me. It's spoken of him, man. We just happen to be characters within this book that's, written by a father giving the kingdom to his son, and his son bearing the writer's inkhorn, being the author of his own salvation.
Yeah, and just giving the kingdom to his son, but the kingdom can't just be all bricks.
Right.
It's not just a building. He wanted his king. He wanted his king, his son, that he set over his holy hill Zion. He wanted him to have a government. He wanted him to have friends. He wanted him to have brothers. But he had to set that in order first, and give them a testimony, give them a test to go through a trial, just like Yahushua. Yeah.
So Yahushua is doing this work to build his part of his kingdom. Basically, we play our part.
Right. What's that? John, it said it was built by him and for him. A paradise. All right. Just like the Predator. Remember that? They built humans so they can come back and hunt. It's a playground for his son. All right. What was it? All right, go ahead.
This is Romans chapter 11, verse 21. For if Yahweh spare not the natural branches, take heed lest he also spare not thee.
Right, yep. So he had us cut off. He was basically saying, yo, basically be humble, basically. Go ahead, bro.
Behold, therefore the goodness and severity of Yahweh on them which felt severity, but toward thee goodness, if thou continue in his goodness, otherwise thou also shalt be cut off.
Whoa, see that? So we got to continue in the Lord's goodness. Don't abide in his anger. We got to continue in the righteous doctrine, in the foundation that Paul and Peter had established after Yahushua. We have to continue in it. All right. If not, we'll be cut off as well, and become Gentiles again, become foreigners to the commonwealth of Israel again. We'll be outside the temple.
That's just like somebody that comes up in the hood, right? They're looking for a way out. They're looking for a light at the end of the tunnel, and then they make it famous. And once they make it famous, however they made it, they lose that sense of humility and hunger that they once had, right? Once they get to the point where they feel like they're straight, and that happens in the truth. You know, a lot of people seeking a righteous way to serve Yahweh Shem Yahushai. And once they finally found it, you have some people that think I done made it now, and they become complacent.
They become novices and waxing fat and kick. They begin to kick and rebel against the Lord. They begin to rebel against the spirit of truth, putting them outside the temple. I don't care if they're Israelites. It's about the spirit of truth. You know? So they find out that they're Israelites, and next thing you know, they get a name and fame, and now they try to change the game. That was a bar.
A couple of them.
Sakari, when they started off, now they got their own. What the heck is this, man? It's like a whole facade, a whole character. Who is IUVK? Like what? They look like something from the movie 300. The fucking immortals and shit. Yeah, like some Black Panther. Like what is this thing, man? You know, that's not in the scriptures.
Look more like some extras from a low budget movie.
A low budget movie, yeah. Hollywood movie.
Yeah, the black exploitation films and shit.
Yeah, who the hell is IUIC, man? Like, what is it? You know what I'm saying? These are characters, man. All right. So that was it. 26. 23. Go ahead.
This is Romans chapter 11, verse 23. And they also, if they buy not, still in unbelief, shall be grafted in. For Yahweh is able to graft them in again.
Right, man. Yep. So now we're being grafted in again. See that? The Lord promised us that he's able to graft us in again. Okay, so we were grafted in again.
For if thou wert cut off of the olive tree, which is wild by nature, and wert grafted contrary to nature into a good olive tree.
Right, yep. So we were grafted, we were a wild olive tree by nature, So we went against nature. Our nature is the laws. So we became wild by going against our nature. Like the animal kingdom, they got their own nature. Our natural order, that's why he said men and women started going against nature.
A natural order of nature. That's Romans 1. You brought it out last week.
Yeah, so what's the natural order of human beings is the laws.
Just like when we see these animals in the zoos or in the circus, they're going against their nature because they're in those cages doing things that are contrary to what they're supposed to be doing.
There you go. That's right.
Right now, we're in these cages. We're in this cage of this society, then the cage that Esau put us in. Well, Yahweh gave Esau the power to put us in to go against our nature, so that way we can be purged
Right.
of,
So
of,
now,
of the sinful nature. Like,
you guys want to get this point real quick. So now we're being grafted in. What do they say? Don't lose your spot. Yeah, don't lose your spot.
I got it.
So now we're grafted in what? Contrary to nature, right? So what's contrary to nature? In the Old Testament, a person had to be circumcised to be brought back into Israel during the times of Moses. But so the Lord said, we're going contrary to that now. Now you can be brought back in, you got to be spiritually circumcised. And he can graft you back in, these Gentiles. All right, go ahead.
How much more shall these which be the natural branches be grafted into their own olive tree?
Right, saying these are Israelites. Even though they were Gentiles, they still Israelites. He said they can be grafted back into the truth, man. They can be brought back to the Father. All right, to their own tree, you know, being called Israelites again.
Verse 25, for I will not, brethren, that ye should be ignorant of this mystery, lest ye should be wise in your own conceits.
There you go. So we're not supposed to be ignorant of this mystery. So it is a mystery to understand that, all right? That we should be humble in this truth and measuring the temple, you know, and knowing who's of the truth and who's not. You know, these false camps. Go ahead, brother.
That blindness in part is happened to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles be come in.
Right, so we were blind in part all the way until the fullness of the elect of Israel come into the truth. And that's not going to be done until all hell breaks loose and the elect of Israel get spiritual power. And then you're still going to have Israelite foreigners that don't believe the truth. But when they see it, they're going to believe. Right? Some of them going to believe. They're going to see the Lord's power and they're going to say, yo, I want to follow you. I want to follow you. I want to follow the God that's with you. But you can do that because you're an Israelite. You got to repent to him. All right? So the fullness of the Gentiles is going to come in once the elect men of the Lord get power.
Verse 26.
Yep, that's when that number is going to be met. Go ahead.
And so all Israel shall be saved.
See, then ultimately, all Israel shall be saved. He said, that's why he said that in the beginning. You know, what shall the fullness of them be? All Israel going to wind up being saved. All right, just like when we went off, a portion of Israel became wicked. And then we were all cut off as a nation. So now that you have this new lump, this new root, Yahushua, it's going to grow and blossom into the biggest tree of all, like a mustard seed. Start off as small, and it grows to be one of the biggest trees in the jungle, in the forest. And branches going to reach far and long and be fruitful. All right?
There shall come out of Zion
a family tree.
There shall come out of Zion the deliverer.
Oh, that was it, 26?
Okay.
Yep. All right, go ahead, precept.
This is Sirach, chapter 16 and verse 1. Desire not a multitude of unprofitable children, neither to delight in ungodly sons. And I'm skip to verse 4. For by one that hath understanding shall the city be replenished, but the kindred of the wicked shall speedily become desolate. And that's what the elder basically talk about. The 2/3 of our people that don't reach salvation on this side, they're gonna be reborn in through the ones that had the understanding, the elect in the 1/3. The ones that did it right on this side, that was the first fruit in the kingdom.
Right, that's right. So man of understanding shall a city be built. Other than that, they just tearing down the building. That's right, man.
This is Romans 8 and verse 20. For the creature was made subject to vanity, not willingly, but by reason of him who have subject the same in hope, because the creature itself also shall be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of Yahweh. Bashim Yahushua.
Yeah.
So you're made, you're subject, you're put in this flesh, the chains of darkness, all right, ultimately for you to be persecuted here in this flesh until you acknowledge your offense. But only the first fruits is gonna return and acknowledge their offense.
Right. One more precept, then I'm gonna get back to Revelation.
This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14. I'm gonna start at verse 21. It says, and this was an occasion to deceive the world for men serving either calamity or tyranny did ascribe to stones and stocks in the incommunicable name of Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. Moreover, this was not enough for them, that they erred in the knowledge of Yahweh Bashem Yahushua, but whereas they lived in the great war of ignorance, those so great plagues called they peace. So, hey, just like the Akim was speaking on, man, you got 2/3 of our people want to live in peace, what they call, well, ignorance, what they call peace, man. You know where they're complacent at. They feel comfortable. They don't want to move. They don't want to turn back and repent to the Lord, Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. And they can't never come across the name of the Lord, Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. Why? Because it's incommunicable, man. And to them, why? Because when the name is spoken through the midst of his prophets, man, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to take heed, man. They just go over their head. So unless they repent, hey, that's how they obtain salvation, man, as the brothers were speaking of, you know.
Right. All right, let's get I'm gonna skip over and get to the point. We shut it down. Because it only got 13%, they said. 10%?
Type C charger.
You got one?
I got a portable charger.
Oh hell yeah. We got a charger for it.
Come on, okay.
You got one? Hey, you need a switch or anything?
Okay.
All right.
The water.
All right, yeah, where was that? Let's keep going while you're doing that. Revelation 11, where was that? And 4. Go ahead.
This is back at Revelations chapter 11, verse 4.
Right.
It says, these are the 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks standing before Yahweh, before the God Yahweh of the earth.
Right, the God of the earth, the power of the earth. That's right. So these are the 2 olive trees that stand in the Lord's presence. All right. So now we know who that is. The northern kingdom and the southern kingdom of Israel. And of that is going to be the elect. All right. Yeah, keep going up.
Verse 5. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth and devoureth.
Right. So if any man will hurt them, fire will proceed out of their mouth. So that's right now we have somebody got that fire, this people would. So that's spiritual, but this is really talking about physical. All right. Go ahead, read that again. He said, if any man will hurt them, who's gonna try to hurt us? He said, when they come in rushing like a flood, somebody get that? Enemy rushing like a flood.
It says,
yep.
And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth.
There you go. So out of their hands, man. And also, look at that. So you got it. That's your favorite one. I knew you were gonna get it.
This is Jeremiah chapter 14, Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 14. Wherefore, thus saith the Lord Yahweh, God of hosts, because ye speak this word, behold, I will make my words in thy mouth fire, and this people wood, and it shall devour them.
That's right. It's going to devour them. All right. So we are already basically anybody that's against us, they're getting devoured with this word first. All right. And then our prayer is going to be heard, and the Lord is going to back up our prayers by burning them up, man. Let's get that. Revelation 5. What is it? Revelations 8 and 3. That's right. So our prayers and our testimony is being heard before the Lord, before the altar.
This is Revelation chapter 8, verse 3.
Right. So they being consumed with this word, man, devouring them.
It says, and another angel came and stood at the altar, having a golden censer, and there was given unto him much incense, that he should offer it with the prayers of all the saints upon the golden altar, which was before the throne.
Right, see that? So when you praying, what's one of our prayers? Somebody get that? Revelations 11, I think. No, 13, 11.
13, 11.
Yeah. So what's one of our prayers?
This is Revelation chapter 13, verse 11.
Right, what's our patience?
Verse 10.
10, yeah.
Verse 10. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints.
Right, so this is our patience, this is our prayer, and this is our faith that the Lord is going to destroy these damn devils, man. And they're going to be killed with the sword, destruction. Go ahead, brother. So our prayers are being heard before the Lord, even against 2/3. We're praying that the Lord brings that fire that he promised. Go ahead, brother.
It says, and if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth, and devour their enemies. And if any man...
No, Revelation 8.
Revelation 8.
Who was reading? Somebody reading Revelation 8?
I will. All right. Revelation 8 and 3. And another angel came and stood at the altar, having a golden censer, and there was given unto him much incense, that he should offer it with the prayers of all the saints.
Right. So our prayers are heard are like incense to the Lord. They come up before the Lord. All right. And you got angels that handle those prayers. One of the angels named Raphael, Rapaya Allah. And the incense is like a censer. Like the Catholics be having that damn chain, and they got a bowl at the bottom of it, and the censer is something that's dealing with altar, a priestly, not a priestliness, but an altar. All right. So go ahead.
It says, start over again.
No, you gotta start over. You start right where you at.
So he said that he should offer it with the prayers of all the saints upon the golden altar which was before the throne.
Right, talking about the heavenly altar. All right, where the greatest council is at, where the greatest assembly is going to be.
And just speaking on how the elders speaking on like those two witnesses, you can look at it as far as judgment or as far as the courts. Like we filing our motions, man. We putting in our complaints upon this devil.
That's great. Yep.
Upon 2/3 of our people.
That's right, and the prosecutor is Yahushua. And the defendant is going to be Esau and these heathens. 2/3.
Verse 4. And the smoke of the incense which came with the prayers of the saints ascended up before Yahweh out of the angel's hand.
Right, and the scriptures say that our prayers have entered into the ears of the Lord of Sabaoth, the Lord of armies. All right, and he's going to send the cavalry to help us. Go ahead, brother.
And the angel took the censer.
So he took our prayers. Go ahead.
And filled it with fire of the altar.
Right, from fire. He filled it with the fire from Yahweh's wrath. All right, he filled it with the fire from the Most High's wrath, man. Go ahead.
It says, and cast it into the earth.
Right, so they're going to cast that into the earth. What's that going to be? With nuclear missiles, ICBM missiles. Go ahead.
And there were voices and thunderings and lightnings and an earthquake.
Right, so that thunderings and lightnings and earthquake, that represent the Most High giving out judgment. All right. So yeah, man. So that's about to happen. So go ahead, go back to Revelation 11. All right. So fire is going to not only proceed out of our mouths, but from the Father.
This is Revelation 11, chapter 11, verse 5.
Right. The same way Elijah did. He called fire down from the heavens, and it was the Most High that sent that fire to burn up those men. You know, the soldiers that were coming against him. He said, if any man shall hurt you in that day, man. He said what? Somebody got that in Isaiah? A flood? Enemy coming rushing at the flood?
Isaiah chapter 59, verse 19.
Right.
It says, so shall they fear the name of the Lord Yahweh Bashem Yahushua from the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the spirit of the Lord Yahweh Bashem Yahushua shall lift up a standard against him.
See that? So he's gonna lift up a standard when they go to hurt us. What's that? Feed their belly. You know what that's that? Job. Right. Somebody grab 2 Ezra 16 and 72. Right, man. So when the enemy Esau finally goes with their plan, their new world order, and try to do Revelation 13 and 16, and also depopulate the earth, you know, for their new world order, then the Lord gonna step in. He said, in that day, fire gonna proceed out of our mouth like bright burn. All right. Like, ooh, that flame. Go ahead, brother.
This is Job 20 and 15. He hath swallowed down riches, and he shall vomit them up again. Yahweh Bashem Yahushua shall cast them out of his belly.
Verse 23.
Come on. All right. Verse 23 of Job 20. It says, when he is about to fill his belly, Yahweh Bashem Yahushua shall cast the fury of his wrath upon him.
There you go. So as soon as Esau is about to fill his belly and goes in to hurt the children of Israel, the The scriptures say that if Yahweh be for you, who can be against you? He said, in that day it's going to be known who his chosen are. Second Ezra, real quick.
This is Second Ezra 16 and 72.
Yeah, all the way 73.
God. For they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their houses. They shall take, Salaki, they shall be known who are.
Oh, no, read that again. Go to 71, what about
God. Verse 71. They shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling.
Right, there you go, martial law. See, they're going to be like madmen. You ain't going to be able to reason with them. You're going to be like, yo, I thought y'all was human beings. They're going to be like madmen, right? They're going to go mad for that money.
Especially if they foreigners or so-called immigrants just coming over here from these floods of Ukraine, Russia.
Yep, they're gonna be like maniacs, man. Just slaughtering, killing people. Gurga troops, UN troops. All right, all in the ghettos, all in the neighborhood. They're gonna be slaughtering shit, man. They even turning all the libraries into detention centers now. Yep. All right, keep going, brother. So they're gonna be like madmen, sparing nobody. They ain't gonna say, "Oh, you a man of the Lord." No. You be on the Bible? Oh no, I can't come in there. I got you. I'm gonna go to the next door.
They shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Lord. Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Right. So even us, we're gonna be in the midst of that. But Psalms 91, the Lord said He's gonna protect us. So He said, "No weapon formed against thee shall prosper," meaning they're gonna form that weapon against you. But that don't mean it's gonna prosper.
We're gonna be in the fire for the cool.
Right, we're gonna be in the fire, but we're gonna feel that cool mist. The Lord gonna protect us from that destruction. He said, "Destruction and famine you shall laugh." You know. So just like when Yahushua, when they came to grab Yahushua, he knocked them down. He knocked down all the troops. What's up, man? All right. So he knocked down all the troops that came to get him, the Romans. They said, "Who is the Lord?" He said, "I am." When he said that, it was like Bruce Leroy said this shit. You know what I'm saying? I am. He lit up, knocked them down. You know, but he knocked their ass back.
He said the only reason that they're here is because the Lord,
the
Lord sent you. And he said after he knocked down the Roman troops, he said the only reason you're here is because the Father sent you.
Right. If it wasn't for the Father, you wouldn't be here. So we got to know that when martial law comes around. The threat got to be there. The Lord shows His strength and weakness. He said, "Behold, thou worm Jacob, I shall help thee." In our weak state, in our weakest state, man, when the wicked are surrounding us on every side, when they coming in with troops, when they got all these damn LGBT people all around everywhere, it's gonna be. This place is so infested and corrupted that it got to be destroyed, man. Everybody gonna have digital food, digital bodies, GMO bodies and shit. So everything's all messed up here, man. It got to be destroyed. All right, it's not like that in Russia. Right. So this place is an infestation, you know, polluted. Go ahead, brother. So he said, "What? Then shall it be?" Go ahead.
Verse 72. For they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their homes.
Right.
Then shall they be known.
They're gonna take your PS4, your PS5, Nintendo Switch. They're gonna take all that. They're gonna snatch it right out the damn hands.
Then shall they be known who are my chosen.
Whoa! So then it's gonna be known who are His chosen. Now that should make more sense when you read this precept in Revelations 11. He said, "What? These have power." He said, "Should be as David."
Yeah, David.
Yeah, verse 6.
Be as God.
Somebody, verse 6.
The elect shall be as David, be as God. Go ahead, bro.
This is Revelation 11, verse 6.
Right. Somebody knows that. In that day, the elect shall be as David.
Oh, it says you have power to shut heaven and earth that it rain not.
It should be as God or something like that.
The least of you shall be as David.
The little one shall be
as God before them or something like that. If we can't find it, it's cool though.
So,
that's the one he like.
I say you about to bring it out last night, man.
Oh, what?
What's that?
I don't remember. Oh, I got it.
You got it? He know where it's at. One back, 1 second. No, yeah, go ahead and read. Go ahead and read.
Verse 6. You have power to shut heaven and earth.
Yeah.
All right. This is Revelation chapter 11, verse 6. It says, "These have power to shut heaven that it rain not in the days of their prophecy."
Right, just like when just like when Elijah was told to bring that famine. I think it was a 7-year famine. Remember that? They shut the heavens that it didn't rain. That's how much the Yahweh was with Elijah and Elisha. And he was with Moses. He made Moses a god before men, a power before men. These had power to shut the heavens and cause fire to come down out of the heavens and out of our damn hand. Go ahead.
It says, and have the power over the waters to turn them to blood.
Right, just like Moses turned the water into blood. We're gonna be able to intoxicate the oceans, and that's gonna happen too with the missiles. Go ahead.
It says, and to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they will.
Right, can't Esau do that according to Revelation 6? So you think the Lord ain't gonna give us that power?
We ain't gonna need no fancy contraptions.
We ain't gonna need all that. We're gonna be able to do that any day. There's gonna be a cloud over us in the kingdom. We're gonna be able to move it. Say, I want it to be sunny. Let me move this cloud. You can easily. It should be able to move. The clouds are there just to water the plants and to bring shade. So we're gonna be able to cause famines on the earth to these nations that don't want to. If they don't want to listen, the Lord said He's gonna cause destruction of them. If they don't want to listen to us in the kingdom, all hell gonna break loose on them. Famines, all of that. And He's gonna have His men doing it. You know, bringing famine, destruction to these nations. Huh? You got it? Sorry, bro.
Zechariah chapter 12, verse 8. In that day shall the Lord defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David.
Right, so the feeblest among us, and the feeblest among our nation is talking about the elect, man.
And the house of David shall be as power as the angel of the Lord before them.
Right, so the house of David, they got that temple again. They're gonna be as what? As God before the people, man. Right, we're gonna be raised up to gods. Meaning they're gonna think you are the Lord, but you got to tell them like John did. No, I'm not the Lord. Calm down.
Who was it? They kept saying no. They kept calling them Greek gods, and they was like, no.
Yeah, who was that? That was Peter.
Come on,
Paul and Barnabas. They call him. What they call him? They call him Jupiter. Yeah.
We're gonna be out here doing miracles. Like, oh, that boy Jesus. No, Yahweh shot. Nah, bro.
Just the elect, regular people. How is he numbered amongst the saints? They just like they thought John. They thought John was the Messiah, but he was actually Elijah. So Elijah's back here today. He's gonna call down fire again from the heavens, man. All right, let's keep going, brother. I'm trying to cut it short, but I think we're good.
Verse 7.
Oh, Revelation
11.
Yep.
Revelation 11, Slakia, verse 7. When they shall have finished their testimony.
Right. Oh, no, you got to read it again. That's the verse right above it.
Oh, okay.
It'll make more sense.
Revelations 11, verse 6. These have power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have the power over the waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they will.
Right, so we don't have that now. It's not. We in the time of our prophecy, though. So in the day of our prophecy, when we get lifted up and exalted according to Psalm 91, that's when we're going to be able to do this. All right, go ahead. So we in the time of our prophecy now, though. It's beginning. So where the Lord is opening His ears to us.
It says, and when they shall have finished their testimony.
See, now, go ahead. So they finished their testimony 2,000 years ago. Go ahead.
The beast that ascended forth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them and shall overcome them and kill them.
See that? So that happened. These same ones that's going to be bringing down fire in the day of their prophecy, sitting upon thrones like John saw. These same ones, they finished their testimony during the time of Yahushua. All right? Testifying for the Lord so they can be back here today to receive the reward. But when they finished their testimony, the beast was loose. That beast is talking about who? The Roman Empire. Okay? Go ahead. In 70 AD.
Verse 8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt.
Right, so they made war against us. How did they make war? They made a holy war against us. They set up all kind of wickedness and paganism and religious systems against us, man, against the Israelites. You know, they set up racist systems against us. They put everything in place and even made fortune off of our sins. You know, they want pork, well, make a factory with pork, everything pork. They want to work, well, tell them they got to cut their beards. You know, tell their women to be harlots.
Get the man out the house.
Get the man out the house.
Get the man out the house.
Benefits and stuff.
You know, put pork in everything.
Get the kids in school.
Put the kids in school early, yep. You name it, Esau didn't claim it. They did it. All right, go ahead.
And it says, where also our Lord was crucified.
Right, so the same place, it said, where it was said, ye are not my people, there it shall be said, ye are the children of the living power. So it's starting right here in America. This is the place where Abba Bivens first started teaching. This is the place where it said, ye are the children of the living power first. All right. And he said, well, also our Lord was crucified, meaning what? To be cut off. You know, they don't want to deal with the Lord here. They don't. They lied to us about his name. They lied to us and called us Africans. And we were truly cut off from being a nation right here in America. When we were leaving Rome, we still knew we were Israelites. Let's get that, Revelations 12. Right? When we were leaving Rome, we still knew we were Israelites. When we were scattered.
The earth.
Huh?
Without the woman.
Yeah, let's get that.
12,
17.
I think so. My bad.
Is Revelations
13.
12 and 13?
Yeah, you go ahead. You got it.
Revelation chapter
I
12,
don't even have it on here.
verse 13. And when the dragon saw that he was cast unto the earth, he persecuted the woman which brought forth the man-child.
Right, so yep. So he was cast into the earth by our Lord. The Lord came out rebuking him. You know? And then he said what? He said, go ahead. He brought forth a man-child. That man-child is Yahushua. Go ahead. This is the Roman Empire.
And to the woman were given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might flee into the wilderness, into her place where she is nourished for a time, and times and half a time.
You got to start over again? Because I got to break it all down.
Verse 14. And to the woman were given 2 wings of a great eagle.
Right, the 2 wings of the great eagle represents swiftness. The same way he brought us out of Egypt, like an eagle on eagle's wings, meaning swiftly. He swiftly took our behind right into slavery and scattered us out of that land with swift judgment.
And we had to eat our food in haste and wear our shoes because we were in the time of swift coming.
Right, that goes into Zechariah chapter 5. I think it is, right? Where it say they have 2 wings of a stork. And that goes into us going into slavery swiftly. All right, go ahead.
That she might flee into the wilderness, into her place.
Right, so we fled into the wilderness. The wilderness was really talking about the western coast of Africa. And we fled all over Egypt and all these different places, man, not just Africa. And that we might flee into our place. And that place is talking about America. If you go into 2nd Ezra chapter 13, it says the place is called Ashtaroth. Ashtaroth just means another place, another land.
Where she is nourished for a time and times and half a time from the face of the serpent.
Right, that means for a long season, all right? So we were nourished and taken care of by our people that were scattered in these nations, all right? So we're getting nourished in this truth today. Yeah.
And verse 15, and the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood.
Right, so now they're trying to do it again. They went out to persecute the Israelites, and they set up all these systems against us to make war against us. You see that? All right, you good?
All right,
let's get it.
Verse 16, and the earth helped the woman.
So the earth helped the woman, meaning we found refuge amongst our people that were scattered. And we had people in Egypt. We had people in Africa, all right? And we mingled amongst these nations. But later on, those same nations, they turned on us, the Africans. They sold us to the Edomites, all right? And that's when you get the trans-Saharan slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade after all of this. So once we were scattered, it's called the diaspora. All right, the diaspora was the destruction of the old Sanhedrin. That's what destroyed it.
And the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed up the flood, which the dragon cast out of his mouth.
Right. So yep, and that flood they still trying to bring. You know, that's how Esau moved, like a flood. Ain't that what Klaus Schwab said? He said it shall be like a flood. That's prophecy, man. Go ahead, brother.
Verse 17, and the dragon.
I'm just confused now, dude. I don't know what the fuck.
And the dragon was wroth with the woman and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandments of Yahweh and have the testimony of Yahweh Shai Hamashiach.
There you go. So they really making war against us. That's why you got the UN and all these nations. All right, they went out to make war against us. All right. So what? Not only physical war, but spiritual war, and financial war, and cultural war. It's the scripture say that. Why did the heathen rage? And the people imagine a vain thing, you know? And they were all confederate against us to bring us down. All right. Go ahead, brother.
This is back at Revelation, chapter 11, verse 9. And they of the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half.
There you go. They saw us for 350 years, all the way up until the 1969, during the time Abba Bivens started teaching, from 1619 to 1969 and 1970. That's 350 years. So they saw us in slavery, you know, spiritually dead, not knowing who the hell we are. And they saw us in that condition, and they like, yo, what can I do with this dead thing? You know, how can I use them and make profit off of them? They looked at us as property. All right.
And it says, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves.
Right. They didn't help us find this truth. They hid the truth from us. They even created something called their form of education. You know, like his brother was saying, they forced our children into their daycares, into their preschools. Tell you you're gonna go to jail if you don't send your children to school.
They made the slave Bible.
The slave Bible. You know? I said what? The scriptures say that they were all confederate against us, man. Right? They all came against us. And the scriptures also say that the dogs came by and licked their wounds. That means these nations that got stores and businesses in our ghettos, in our neighborhoods. I mean, you know, selling us pork, selling us cat, rat, and dog. Everything that the FDA is approving today. All these foods that been killing our people, the Habibis and shit, the 7-Eleven, the Quickie Marts, selling all this sugar and fatty foods and what do you call that stuff? The color.
Oh, the dyes.
The dyes and stuff in it. You know, making millions off our people, man. Yeah, our people love it. You know, it's scripture say that. Our people love to have it so.
Every time you drive past like a crab shack, that shit like a goddamn club.
For real.
Yep. I got a lot of friends in Philly, man. The first thing they turn into, besides real estate, they turn it in the streets. They turn it to crab seller.
Damn.
But who the one that really started the shit that be outside of the sports? The football theater.
Hot dog stand?
No.
You say what?
Huh?
What is it?
No, when everybody link up outside of the football stadium.
Oh, tailgate. Come on.
What they got out there? They got pork, crab boils.
Yeah.
See that, man?
Yep.
Esau not known for that. Except for the what you call it again? When they meet up? Tailgate. Yeah. They heavy on that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, go ahead, brother. So they made war against us, not only physical, but all of the spirits that leaked out of Europe out of the dragon as a fraud through the military, through their banking system, through the dollar, through their businesses, the jobs, through their police system, through their religious system. They made war against us, man.
It says, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in grave.
Right, so they didn't allow us to find rest. That's what you do with a body that needs to be put in the grave. You're putting it to rest. All right? So instead, they left us out to stink and rot and explode and shit for the flies to devour us.
And there's a case that Esau, some Pope shit. This one Edomite was so mad at this Pope who had died, he dug up the body and put the body on trial and was like actually been like, hey, did you do this, and like actually put a dead body on trial. And that's just going off the way Esau treats Esau. So what more that they physically treat our people's dead bodies spiritually and physically just like commodities.
Yeah, Esau known to exploit people, man. That's what they known for. Capitalism. Yeah, capitalism. They're gonna capitalize off the situation, man. Mm-hmm. They built an economy off of the rich and poor.
And actually, they do that
off war.
Of a war.
That's the best
killing.
That's the best way to do it.
It's war. Yep, that's right.
They actually do that. Put dead people on trial with the whole straw man setup.
Yeah. So it's gone.
Because that's what the dead thing, the thing that doesn't live, is what really they're putting the trial, and you come in as a representation of that dead thing.
They still making money off of Biggie Smalls. They put his likeness and his image inside of a virtual thing, and he doing concerts and stuff like that. Same with Tupac. His likeness, virtual stuff. He's still doing concerts. Michael Jackson. They all doing these virtual concerts. They can't rest. Our people can't rest. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
That's why they're trying to go into the meta, man. When things that is dead, they can still keep alive. They can still push forth that deceit.
Right. Even with that, they're lying to everybody. That's magic. On the left-hand side, they're lying to people. They can't. I'm gonna do a lesson on tonight, Yahweh Razazah. But they can't let the spirit live forever in a robot. What they're doing is, it's like a memorial. They're making a digital memorial.
Come on.
You know. And they're gonna have a screen or a robot that can imitate the person's emotions now, not just logic, but it can imitate their emotions, which makes it seem more human. But it still will never have a spirit. It will never ever be that person. They can record the things just like a black box in a plane when it crashes. It records everything, right? That's what the cerebellum is in the back of your skull, in your mind. It's connected to your cerebral cortex. So when you're born as a baby, the first thing you use with your senses, your eyes, your nose, your taste, your hearing, your touch, it begins to record. So they're talking about taking the recordings, and then putting it into a robot, uploading it as they're doing today. They're creating something called a brain file, a life file from everybody that's on the internet. You know, that's why they're snatching all the information. The new money is on children. They're taking children and also the mind's information. That's the biggest thing on sale right now. Because they're trying to create brain files that's going to be on sale.
Yeah, it's supposedly a lawsuit with Facebook with the information being sold, because that's the information that they're giving to possibly China, Moab, to build that new system.
Yep. See that? So their plan is to take the recordings of a person and play that back to their children in the future. Meaning they can kill that person off, and they can take the recordings from their brain and say this is their conscience. Well, the conscience is not the spirit. You know, you got the spirit and the body. You put those together, you have a soul. So they're trying to capture the soul, not the spirit. You can't capture the spirit. The spirit goes back to the Father. All right. So what they're going to be looking at is an empty shell that's imitating the shit. You know, a digital reflection of themselves.
So is that like they trying to be God, how God controls us?
Yep.
But they trying to do it on the left hand side.
And again, that's another slap in the face saying that we don't have a spirit. That science outlook, science falsely so called, believing that paganism, believing saying that we don't have a spirit, so we can be operated like robots and programmed and downloaded and uploaded, and that you'll live forever, that your essence will live forever. No, the spirit goes to the Father, and you live as a power out in the heavens, man. Being here is hell. Being here is death. Being alive, being in the Lord's presence, that's life.
Life eternal.
Life eternal. And the Lord's going to do it. The Lord's going to raise us up to be eternal. His church, his holy Sanhedrin in the heavens, his heavenly council. You know, it's beautiful, man. Let's keep going with this real quick. All right. So he says, "And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city." Ezekiel chapter 37, verse 11. Yep. So the dead bodies. Because the Lord promised us that he was going to wake us up and cause us to what? Come out of our graves.
It's Ezekiel chapter 37, verse 11. Then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel.
There you go. Yep, go ahead.
Behold, they say our bones are dried, our hope is lost, we are cut off for our parts. Keep going.
Yep, go ahead.
Therefore prophesy.
Oh,
therefore prophesy and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord Yahweh, behold, O my people, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you into the land of Israel.
Woo, see that? So now the Lord didn't just open our graves, but he caused us to come out of the graves, called us forward. You know, instead of opening the grave and then still laying there amongst the congregation of the dead. The Lord said, "Get your hands up." You know, yep. And then beyond that, he's gonna cause us to inherit the land. All right. Yes.
No, so just like Yahushua, how Yahushua came out of his grave, came out of his tomb. Now the rest of Israel, we're also coming out of those graves as well. Come on.
Lazarus, man.
Coming back to life.
We're spiritually Lazarus. That's right, Jacob. All right. So, Deuteronomy 28:68. Right. He said we're going. Our dead bodies were lying in the city that's spiritually called Sodom and Egypt. Now you tell me, we already know this place is definitely got the spirit of sodomy. I saw a video the other day. They showed a bunch of their faces all over the screen, and they were all chanting the same thing, and they were marching up the street. They showed them marching with the rainbow, you know, with the pink in it, the extra color in there,
brown.
So they were marching and they were yelling this out, man. It's creepy. This creeped me out. It still bothers me to this day, because it makes me think about Legion. No, just in the Bible.
Oh, okay.
He said, "We are legion," you know? It's a spirit. Or like on Exorcist, and they were like, "We are legion."
We are many.
There are many.
Like Ermac off Mortal Kombat.
Right.
We are many.
Yeah. Man, that's what they were chanting. They were saying, "We're coming for your children. We are here. We are here, and we're coming for your children." They kept yelling it out. "We're coming for your children." I mean, people don't get what they're saying. Think about what they're saying. Like we need this darkness to continue. We're coming for your children now. You know, they're coming for the children. They coming. They doing it.
They
Look at Biden.
They reading kindergarten stories.
Yeah, they coming for the children.
Transformers reading little stories to kids in the kindergarten class. Got books written and everything. Yes, more than meets the eye.
More than meets the eye.
Hey,
no, Decepticons.
They in disguise, boy.
We saw one just walk past, man.
Yeah, I actually seen a woman just recently holding up her baby. It was like gay baby. Gay
Oh,
baby.
Allegedly.
You got the Barbie movie coming out.
It's already out.
Yeah, that's
all
out.
Pink, yeah.
You know, which they play on the minds of the children, because you'll think Barbie, you'll think kids, but that's not a movie for the children.
Yeah, it's not.
Really?
No, they grown.
Like the Disney propaganda.
Yeah.
They got a new acronym.
Please protect the page, brother.
Gone. MAPS. Minority attracted people. You know, sacrifice to them.
Oh, Joe Biden.
Gone.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So they said we come. He said, "Hide your kids." That dude was right. What was his name?
Oh, a long time ago when they
Yeah,
had,
he said, "Hide
when
your
he came,
kids."
yeah, he coming through the windows and all that. He had the little nappy head afro. Yeah, I know. That was funny, boy. But he was right.
He was right.
But if you think about it, it's creating the thought of creating the mindset of the future. If they instill it in the children of you know what I'm saying, of the next generation upcoming, that's what they have to do.
Shit.
Because it's already set in our minds that we're against it. But okay, we ain't trying to change our mind. You're gonna be dead pretty soon. Let's get them.
That song, something we believe children are the future. Teach them well, and something.
Lead the way.
Come on, let them lead.
Whitney Houston.
So it wasn't Whitney Houston.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
I believe the children are the future.
Yeah, they know the scriptures. The scriptures say, "Raise up a child in the way he should go, and they should not depart."
Come
So they're trying to raise up our children.
Come on.
You know, that's why you can't let the TV raise your children. You know,
that's No, go ahead.
It's Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14. I'm starting at verse 26. It says, disquieting of good men, forgetfulness of good turns, defiling of souls, changing of kind, disorder in marriages, adultery and shameless uncleanness. All right. When it says, matter of fact, select, I'm gonna start from verse 25. Wisdom of Solomon 14:25. It says, so that there reign in all men without exception blood, manslaughter, theft, and dissimulation, corruption, unfaithfulness, tumults, perjury, disquieting of good men, forgetfulness of good turns, defiling of souls, changing of kinds. When you go to the side note, the footnote on the side where it says changing of kinds, it says sex, man. You know, hey, they're coming after the kids. You know, basically, you can be anything you want. As they stated in California, hey, if your child goes to school and they want to say they want to be this or that, and you don't accept, if you don't accept it, you can go to jail for it, man. You know, so hey, just like the elder said, they're trying to raise the kids, man. You know, but raise them up in the truth. All right, the truth for the Lord, Yahweh Shai. Hey, they won't be able to depart. Why? Because they'll be solid anchored within this truth, man, on a solid foundation where they can't be moved. You know.
Right, man, because all these transformers, they would die off anyway.
You said he'll let the transmissions.
Transmissions, man. They would die off, so they're trying to continue it. Yeah. Find something to hang on to. These children, just like darkness.
They can't reproduce on their own.
Right. Nope.
Damn.
That makes it seem like real crippled now. That's right.
Like some sci-fi shit.
Yeah. They got a war going on against the women. The woman that has a period. They're mad about that. Go ahead.
This is Isaiah chapter 3. I'm gonna start at verse 9. They show of their continence and do witness against them that they declare their sin as Sodom. They hide it not. Woe unto their souls, for they have reward evil unto themselves.
Right. You too.
Bro, that's a shame, bro. Like, wait, what scripture's that? Well, that's a shame, bro. They playing real dirty, bro. They playing the game real dirty.
Pull the plug. Yo, so that's right. They declare their sin as Sodom, man, and they promote it, especially the Biden administration. All right, so that's the time we in, man. They're giving rights to them. So let's get off that topic.
That's why they want. That's why they want to persecute two olive trees.
That's right.
For exposing that and bringing that to light.
That's right. All right. So let's get back to that's right. Because he said what? Where you at? Verse 9. Let's go to verse 9 real quick, bro. Revelation 11 and 9. Let's get it.
This is Revelation chapter 11, verse 9. And they of the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies.
Right, we became a spectacle to the world. Go ahead.
3 days and a half.
So they saw us all them years of us being spiritually dead. They saw us in our condition, man, in hell on this earth. Go ahead.
And shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves.
Right, the word suffer goes into allow, so they didn't allow us to find rest. All right, let's get that. Isaiah 28:12, man. They didn't allow us to see the truth. All right, because Esau know the truth, man. We the ones that don't know. We the ones that became lost. Esau know who the children of Israel are. We the ones that didn't know we were Israelites.
This is Isaiah chapter 28, verse 12.
You got to know the truth to be able to create a lie.
It says, to whom he said, this is the rest wherewith ye may cause the weary to rest.
Right, so this is the rest, this truth. So scriptures say that, Revelations 1:3, blessed is he that readeth. So what's one of the rules they had in slavery? They wouldn't allow us to read. They wouldn't let us have books. And when they finally gave us books, they taught us lies. They taught us about Columbus. They taught us about what they wanted to tell us about. Once they saw that we was reading.
And this is the refreshing, yet they would not hear.
See that? So they know if we can't hear this, we wouldn't be refreshed and renewed as a nation on this earth. So they didn't allow us to find that rest. All right? Go ahead, you got one more? Oh, that was it. Yeah. Micah 2:10. Go ahead.
This is Judges chapter 8, verse 33, talking about the children. It says, and it came to pass as soon as Gideon was dead, that the children of Israel turned again and went a whoring after Baalim and made Baal-berith their god. And the children of Israel remembered not Yahweh their power, whom had delivered them out of the hands of all their enemies on every side. So they're trying to come after our children. That means we have to care for our children more so to make sure that they remember the power in the name of Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Right.
And not only our children, but ourselves and the rest of the Akim and Aquatim as well of our nation.
Right, man. Yeah. So they can imagine all they want, but the Lord gonna shut it down. Yeah. Go ahead.
This is Micah chapter 2 and verse 10. Arise ye and depart, for this is not your rest.
Whoa, so this ain't our rest. See that? They didn't want us to find our rest. The Lord said, this is the rest. This is the refreshing, through Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. And this is the opportunity that 2/3 of our people are missing, being asleep. The alarm going off. Sound the alarm in Israel. The alarm going off. The people crying out in the streets. Wisdom crying out in the streets. There's a sound of battle in the land. But 2/3 of our people, they still asleep, like buddy out here in the middle of the field. That's how they chilling. They sitting just like that. Snakes, crows, everything. Comfortable. Crouched down like an old ass lion that can't chase his meal. That was it. Okay.
Back in Micah 2 and 10. Arise ye and depart, for this is not your rest. Because it is polluted, it shall destroy you, even with a sore destruction.
See that? So this place is set up to destroy our people, man. The ones that have access to the Lord's rest, the children of Israel. So this place is set up to pollute us and to destroy us with a sore destruction. That's why it was established. All right, go ahead. Yeah, good. And one of the first ways we destroy it is through what? Hosea 4:6. We destroy it through lack of knowledge. The knowledge of what? The know-how. Knowledge means to know or understand. We lost the knowledge of our power. Everything he did for us. We forgot who he was.
The second Ezra chapter 2, verse 27. Be not worried, for when the day of trouble in heaven is cometh, others shall weep and be sorrowful, but thou shalt be merry and have abundance.
Right. The ones outside of the temple, they're gonna weep and be sorrowful out there. But we shall be merry and have abundance. And today that temple is also the tower of the Lord. His name is a strong tower. The righteous runneth into it and are safe.
The heathen shall envy thee, but they shall be able to do nothing against thee, saith the Lord.
Right, because that's going to be in the day of our prophecy. In our day of our prophecy, not Esau's prophecy, but in the day of Israel's prophecy. They're going to be doing. They're not going to be able to do anything against us, man.
It says, my hand shall cover thee, so that thy children shall not see hell.
Right. So yep. So the hands represent the Lord's protection, the Lord's power. So his power also represents his angels and his spiritual power. They're going to cover us. so that even your children shall not see hell. All right, hell meaning sorrow, and that's what Esau bringing in Revelation chapter 6. They're bringing nothing but hell to this earth, man. They enlarge their desires as hell. What's their desire? They're bringing a new world order. So that's bringing more hell on this earth, man, for the children of Israel. All right, let's get back to Revelations.
This is Revelation chapter 11, verse 10. It says, and they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry, and shall send gifts to one another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth.
Right, that's how you know when it said the two witnesses is talking about the two prophets. Who's the prophets? The children of Israel, the elect. All right, today. Psalm 17 and 4. Right? What's that? No. Somebody know what that's at?
I got it.
One stick.
Two sticks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bring out that song.
No, but
This is Psalm 17 and 4. Concerning the works of men, by the word of the lips, I have kept me from the paths of the destroyer. Hold up my goings in thy paths, that my footsteps slip not. I have called upon thee, for thou wilt hear me. O power, incline thine ear unto me, and hear my speech.
right up 17 and 4.
Yeah, 17 and 4, but I kept going. I'm at 7 now. You want to keep going?
Okay, you already did 4?
Yes, sir. You want to read it again?
Yeah, what about the
This Psalm 17, verse 4. Concerning the works of men, by the word of thy lips, I have kept me from the paths of the destroyer.
Right, there you go. Psalms 83 and 5. That's what I really mean.
Okay, my bad. I got you.
Yeah, let's get that.
Psalm 83.
This is Ezekiel chapter 37, verse 19.
I got it.
Right, man, because they're keeping us from the path of the destroyer. And that destroyer is Esau. You know, their paths are nothing but destruction for our people. You know, go ahead.
Say unto them, thus saith the Lord Yahweh, behold, I will take the stick of Joseph, which is in the hand of Ephraim, and the tribes of Israel, his fellows.
Right, so because Joseph basically represents Ephraim today. All right, when you hear the name Joseph, you might replace that with Ephraim. Okay, go ahead.
And the tribes of...
Because Ephraim became the top tribe. No, I'll cut you off. Go ahead.
And the tribes of Israel, his fellows, and will put them with him, even with the stick of Judah.
See that? So in the rest of the northern kingdom is going to be up under Ephraim again. And he's going to put them together with the stick of Judah, Benjamin, Levi. All right, so he's bringing us back together. What's that? The two witnesses. All right, the two prophets. Go ahead.
And make them one stick, and they shall be one in mine hand.
Right, that word stick means a plank. And a plank is nothing but a small board. So they're one in our hands, just like this. This prophecy is living out right now as we speak. And we're putting them as all as one back together on this plank. So Yahushua is also spiritual because we became one in Yahushua's hand. All right.
Verse 20. Oh, sorry.
No, you good. I think that was it.
Did you want
Okay.
And the sticks whereon thou writest shall be in thine hand before their eyes.
All right. Ephesians 2 and 1.
Would it also go into like
I got that Psalm 33 and 5.
Right. Yeah, ruling.
Ephesians 2 and 1.
Yep, 2 and 1. Then we look at that one.
This is the book of Ephesians 2 and 1. And you have he quickened.
Right, so the elect have he quickened, meaning brought back to life from the graves. All right, to be quickened means to be lively, brought to life. All right, go ahead. And lively stones, right? Go ahead.
Who were dead in trespasses and sins.
So we were dead in trespasses and in sin, man. We were in the graves. So the Lord has quickened us, brought us to life, right? Like he promised us in Ezekiel 37. Go ahead.
Wherein in times past ye walked according to the course of this world.
Right, so while we were spiritually dead in Sodom and Egypt, we were walking according to the course of this world. But now the Lord has woken us up out of our graves. That's what it means by being asleep. Being in the grave, being spiritually dead, means walking according to the course of this world, walking around, being spiritually dead. All right.
According to the prince of the power of the air,
the destroyer, Esau. Once again, go ahead.
The spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience.
Right. So that same spirit that's on Esau, that left-sided spirit, that wickedness, is working in the children of disobedience. The ones that don't want to be obedient to the truth. The ones that don't want to be obedient to the Father Yahweh. Those are the 2/3 of Israel. That's the spirit that's working in them, man. Why you seeing them in that condition today? You know, why they so damn wicked, man, pissing you the hell off. Making you want to sigh and cry for all the abomination that you see. Well, that spirit is that spirit that's working in them. That's why Yahweh Shai said that, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do, man. In the kingdom, they're going to look back and like, damn, I was that wicked. Damn, we did all that. That was like a nightmare. That was real. You know? Damn, we went into slavery. Esau was ruling over. He's talking about them, the dude in the cave. He was ruling over us. Get out of here. That's why you want to be. That's why we pray to be one of the ones that walk into the kingdom. We remember everything. You're gonna remember the whole process of being delivered. You're gonna remember watching TV here in America and seeing all the news and shit. You know?
Being that pillar.
Being that pillar. That's right. You know, the OG. That's what he's gonna be in the kingdom.
OG, triple OG.
Triple.
OG infinity.
How you say 7 in the slang term, OG?
Yeah. So where we at?
I'm still at Ephesians, but which
I think that was it.
83 and 5.
Yeah, let's get that real quick. I don't want to get too deep into it, but let's get it.
All right, this is Psalms chapter 83 and verse 5.
Right.
For they have consulted together with one consent.
So all these nations have consulted together with one consent, man. You know, especially under Esau when they went out to make war against us, man. The Moab was right with them. That way, yeah, hurry up and buy it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, go ahead.
They are confederate against thee.
Right, the Africans, they hate us.
You want me to read the tabernacles of Edom? And
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so go ahead.
the tabernacles of Edom.
The tabernacles of Edom, so I mean all the houses of Edom, they're all against us.
In the Ishmaelites.
The Ishmaelites, the Arabs, all the Arab nations.
Moab.
Moab, that's the Chinese.
And the Hagarenes.
The Hagarenes represent the Arabs as well.
And Gabal and Ammon.
Gabal and Ammon, or Ammon.
And Amalek and the Philistines.
Hold on 1 second. Ammon, which would be the Japanese. Go ahead, keep going. No, you good, bro.
Okay. You want to keep going now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Lost where I was at. Yeah, okay. Amalekite and the Philistines.
No, you gotta read that clear, brother.
Okay, yeah. This is Psalms 83 and 7.
Yep.
Gabal and Ammon and Amalek.
No, and Amalek. See that? The chief house of Esau. Oh, the Khazars. Well, some of them. Really the Teman.
Right.
You know, that's one of them. They said all the houses of Esau. All right, go ahead.
The Philistines
the Philistines, the Africans, they against us too.
With the inhabitants of Tyre.
All right, Tyre and Zidon. That goes back to them the ancient Africans, man. They still back here today.
Asher,
the Assyrians,
is also is joined with them.
So he even joined with them. That's called the UN, United Nations. Right?
They have helped the children of Lot, Salah.
Right, they have hope in the children of Lot, man.
Oh, hoping.
All right. Now you good, brother.
You want to do?
We represent the children of Lot. All right. The same ones that were in that spirit that Lot was in. And vexed with the filthy conversation of the people around us. Vexed with Sodom and Gomorrah. We're the ones that's in that spirit to be delivered. Where the angel's going to show up and snatch you out of this place right at the last second. Same way they snatched Lot out of this place. And what did Abraham say? The Lord said to Abraham, if I can find one righteous person, I will. So we're those children of Lot. All right, go ahead in that spirit.
This is Psalms 83 and 9.
Oh, yeah, that was it. I think that was
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, that was all of them named.
Come on, brother, throw it. All right, so let's keep going. Revelation 11, and quick as you can, though. 10, 11.
This is Revelation chapter 11, verse 10. And it says, and they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry, and shall send gifts to one another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth.
Right. All you see in the civil rights movement is go ahead. They're rejoicing over us. Come up, the water. They're rejoicing over us, man. Look at that. Happy as hell. Where that one? This is my favorite one right there. He happy as shit. Yeah.
Hey, you got the one with the little girl on there though?
Yeah, look at that dude though.
Oh yeah, he happy as shit.
Yeah, he happy.
Oh, that motherfucker
Yeah, he
happy,
happy
too. Happy as a motherfucker.
So they made gifts over. He got a knife in his hand. See that?
Stabbing him.
Yeah, they probably stabbing him up and cut off his Johnson.
That's the one I'm talking about, the little girl and
Look
shit.
at that. Yeah,
They brought their little kids there.
Yeah, they was happy. They made merry over it, man. Sent gifts one to another.
They having a family function.
Yeah, they sent
Killing the
slaves.
children of Israel.
Yes, and we became the gifts too. They sold us one to another.
They made a huge profit off of like Uncle Ben's syrup. Oh no, the Aunt Jemima syrup.
Aunt Jemima.
Uncle Ben's rice.
Yeah, that was my cousin, Aunt Jemima.
Like gator, like gator shoes.
Her name wasn't Aunt Jemima either. Yep.
Alligator belt.
Yeah, gator shoes. What they call it? Gator bait.
Yeah.
They used our hair for stuffing in their furniture.
And they pillows.
Gone.
They started football from that shit.
Yep.
I'm done talking about this shit.
Yeah, man, we never stop on the wickedness.
Yeah, man, that shit pissed me off, man. It's too hot for that shit right now.
This is back in Revelation chapter 11, verse 11. And it says,
man, that list's gonna be long, boy.
Their wickedness has reached the heavens.
Like when you go to court for perseverance, they read off all your charges. You're gonna be here all day.
We're gonna be here all day, all year.
That shit gonna take 500 years to list of complaints.
The Lord said He set the firmament up as a standard of how low we are from the firmament. And He said their sins have reached
to His nose.
You said a ruler, you gotta measure that high. Like, geez. Damn.
Yeah, up in the Shemaiahs trying to fight each other and shit. Trying to fight the Lord.
Yep, the war in heaven. All right, let's keep going.
this is Revelation chapter 11, verse 11. This is, and after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from Yahweh entered into them.
See, this is the Lord building up His heavenly army, His heavenly council now. All right. So He said, after 350 years, that's when the prophecy played out with somebody like Abba Bivens to wake up and start teaching the truth right here in America. 1969. All right. That's when the spirit of life entered into us.
And they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them.
Right. So we stood up, not laying down, crouching like an old lion anymore. Not laying down like a dead body in the grave, in the pit. We stood up upon our feet. You know, and upon our feet means our foundation. Go ahead.
It says, and great fear fell upon them which saw them.
So now fear is falling upon these nations. That's why they're shutting down your YouTube. That's fear. Fear causes you to want to destroy something and get it out the way. That's fear, man. That's why they're making all these laws like hate speech. They're getting it prepared because they know we're about to go in as the prophecy's playing out. They're like, oh, you know the prophet's going to pop up sooner or later. They're like, shit, we got to make some laws in place to trap their ass. You know, that's fear, man. They fear us. They didn't want us. They didn't want us out here teaching about their downfall. They didn't want us turning to our power, man. Because they know once we do that, it's over for them. Right. All right. So they know once we turn to our God, our power, Yahweh, the children of Israel, that it's over for them. They know that. So, yeah.
I was going to say, just like I think what the times of Nehemiah, with them damn heathens, they sent that letter. They said, don't let them keep building or something. They just gonna rebel again.
Yep.
So gone. That's what I thought of.
When that one we was building in one hand and fighting them off the other.
Yeah. We build with a sword in your hand.
Yep. I think that was 445 BC.
Now we got the sword.
That was the time of Nehemiah. That one we were building the wall.
We're doing the same thing. We're building the temple of Yahweh Hashem Yahshua right now as we out here preaching amongst the highways and byways, but we also fighting against the darkness and hide wickedness in this place.
Yeah, they built it with swords in their hand. Yep. You know, they built it with swords in their hand, man. And the scripture said they all had a mind to work.
What did the heathen try to do? Hey, come on, let us build with you.
Nah, you can't build it.
Yeah, that's part of counting the cost. Letting them know that they can't build with us. Y'all join in.
That's vocab in them trying to build with.
Come on, man. Yeah, you're gonna use the wrong kind of screws and all that.
Wrong kind of mortar, untempered mortar.
Untempered mortar.
All right.
Just start knocking it down.
Let's keep going. Revelation 11.
Verse 2. This is Revelation 11, verse 12. And they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, come up hither.
Right. So now first we're blessed to have this truth. And then someday we're gonna hear a voice from the heavens saying, Kwam Yasha Allah. You know, or whatever he's gonna say, come up hither into the chariots. It's gonna be a physical voice that we're gonna hear, man. Somebody speaking, the Lord Yahweh and Son Yahweh Shah speaking from the fourth dimension into this dimension. That's the spooky part about it. Because anyway, once you understand dimensions, you got one dimensional situation, then you got two dimensional, which would be like a chessboard. You can look into it. You know what I'm saying? You can see the pieces, right? That's a two dimensional. But if I was to pass my hand through a two-dimensional situation, all they would see is this. And that hand passing through like this. You see that? Yeah, if we were living on the chessboard, all they would see is that. So real quick. So if Yahweh Shah was to show up in that situation, you would just see him show up and then leave. Right? So the same thing with this, maybe lose my point, but the same thing with this three-dimensional situation. When the Lord shows up, it's like you see him, boom, and he's gone. For a split second in our dimension. So the same way, if it was a two-dimensional chessboard and you talk to them, they wouldn't be able to look up. It would be no such thing as up.
Oh God.
They only know straight. So everything would be like a wall to them. They can go around it. But they would hear a voice. They wouldn't know where it's coming from. So the same thing now.
Just like when Moses didn't hear where the voice coming from. And he had to direct them to his voice.
See that, right?
Yeah.
So he could be right there watching you. And we wouldn't be able to see in that blind spot that's outside of three-dimensional. We're three-dimensional beings, but we only see in the two.
The two, right. Because everything else is a perception. I perceive the back of your head looks a certain way because I can see the back of your head.
But what the scriptures say, when we see him, we shall be like him. We shall see him as he is. We're going to be able to see in the fourth dimension by the time he show up.
Dang.
Because we're going to be getting the spirit.
Yeah, because we're going to have spiritual power.
That's right.
Lord willing.
Yep. So when he said he's going to hear a voice say, come up hither, that's somebody from the fourth dimension speaking into this third dimension, man. Right? People are going to know where it's coming from.
This is back at Revelations 11 to 12. This is, and they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, come up hither.
Right, so they're going to say, come up hither, meaning the gates are open. Come on up. You're allowed to go up into the chariots. It's going to be many chariots. Go ahead.
And they ascended up to heaven in a cloud, and their enemies beheld them.
Right, so they're going to ascend up to heaven in a chariot. All right? And the scriptures tell you in Matthew, let's get that real quick. Yeah. Matthew 24 and 31.
This is Matthew chapter 24. You said verse 31.
Yep, and Psalms 91 and 9, all the way to 12.
This is Matthew chapter 24, verse 31.
Yep, I think so.
And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other.
There you go. So who's going to do the gathering? The angels. They're the ones that's going to do the reaping. And they're going to literally gather the Lord's elect from the four corners of the earth. So when it say come up hither into a chariot, it's talking about multiple chariots. He's just saying, it's come on up. So they ascended up to heaven in a cloud. And that cloud is going to be many of them. Go ahead. And the scriptures say that in Revelations too, where it said Yahweh Shah was on a white horse, and the angels going to be following behind him in clouds, in white clouds, on white horses. I mean,
Psalm 68, where it says the chariots of the Lord are 10,000, and Yahweh Shai is in the midst of them.
So
Right.
it's gonna be, it's a fleet of them, just like how Ezekiel saw a fleet.
Come on.
It's gonna be a fleet returning to gather the elect.
Right.
Everybody's gonna have a job. You're gonna have some going around destroying, fighting against Esau. Them. You have the other ones that are sent out to deliver.
Defending us will also deliver. That's right, man. It said as birds flying, they're gonna be in formation, defending and delivering. All right. He said they shall gather them from the four corners of the earth. Psalms 91 and 9 all the way to 12.
This is Psalms.
Right. And those angels, what are they going to do in those chariots? Go ahead.
This is Psalms chapter 91, verse 9. Because thou hast made the Lord, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation.
Right. Made the Lord your temple. All right. Dwelling within his walls, within his protection. He said I should be as a wall of fire around you. Go ahead.
There shall no evil befall thee.
So no evil is going to befall thee, man. Even though Esau is going to build their weapons against us and try to destroy us, try to hurt us, but the Lord said, it shall not come nigh to thee. It shall not, what do you say?
Come nigh thy dwelling?
No, their weapons are their weapons won't prosper. All right?
Neither there shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling.
Right, so no evil shall befall you, evil meaning bad, and no plague shall come nigh thy dwelling. There's gonna be a lot of plagues out here, especially those that went down to Egypt for help. They're gonna be programmed and shit. Go ahead, brother.
For he shall give his angels charge over thee.
Right, he's gonna give it. So Yahushua is gonna give his angels charge over you, just like the Secret Service is set up to watch after the president. So the Yahweh is gonna assign a special angel to only you, the individual,
to keep thee in all thy ways.
To keep you in all your ways, because we're gonna try to get the hell out of here, and that's when you're gonna have that bright burn situation and superpowers to where the Most High gonna get an angel's power over you, man, to manipulate you and use you and raise you up. You know? So he said they're gonna protect you in all your ways. That's that fire from the sky. You know, the angel's gonna be protecting you.
Verse 12.
So the same angel that was leading us out of Egypt in the wilderness, being over top of us, that's how the Lord gonna have an angel over you, the individual.
Verse 12, they shall bear thee up in their hands.
Oh, who's gonna do it?
They shall bear thee up
so
in their hands.
They shall bear thee up. So the angels, they're gonna make sure they come and get you, and they're gonna bear you up in their hands and snatch you into the chariot.
Lest thou dash thy foot against a stone.
See that? And you're gonna trust that you're not gonna fall out of those chariots and be smashed on the stone. He said, what's that? Psalms 91 and 1. Go back up.
91. This is Psalm chapter 91, verse 1. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High.
Those that dwell in this truth, go ahead,
shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty.
Shall abide under the altar, meaning in his presence. All right, under his covering. Go ahead, protection.
I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge.
See, that's what we're saying. We're saying the Lord is our refuge, our safe house. And we're prepared to run into that safe house for help. Go ahead.
And my fortress, my God.
See, he's our fortress, man, in the time of battle. Go ahead.
In him will I trust.
Right, so in him will we trust. Go ahead.
Surely he shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler.
Right, he's going to deliver us surely from the snare of the fowler Esau. The one that the fowler is set up to catch birds, set traps for birds. Tazah. That's the letter. It's a man, a hunter, hunting birds. All right, go ahead.
And from the noisome pestilence.
Right. He said he already read that under his wings shalt thou trust. Right, keep going. Under his wings shalt thou trust.
Verse 4. He shall cover thee with his feathers.
There you go. So he's going to cover thee, meaning give charge. He's going to give charge to his angels. There you go. He's going to cover you with his feathers. His feathers represent his angels. Yep, go ahead.
And under his wings shalt thou trust.
So under his wings shalt thou trust. And you're going to trust them when they take you up into the chariot. You're going to trust that they got you and you ain't going to fall. And dash thyself against a stone. All right. So that's how we're gonna be up into the air. But you're gonna have a fear of heights. But he said, somebody get that, it's gonna be like a dream. It's a song. It's gonna scare the life out of you, literally. We're gonna be changed in the twinkling of an eye. And what did it say? I'm gonna do a lesson on this to show it more graphic, but what was that? What was that ship that went down under the water? That little submarine shit?
Oh.
We call it the Titanic, right? The Titan.
Titan.
The Titan ship. When they died on there, they died in what? 100 milliseconds? No. They died in 1 millisecond. It takes 100 milliseconds for the brain to feel pain. It takes like 2 or 3 milliseconds for you to blink.
And a millisecond is smaller than a second.
So what did the Lord say? We're gonna be changed So we're gonna be changed before the body can feel the pricks. See that? Before the body can even feel pain from the fire or anything, we're gonna be changed before the mind can even accept the pain. The same way the Titan ship, they died before they even felt the pain.
They didn't even know they were feeling that.
They didn't even know it. So it was so fast. It takes 100 milliseconds to feel pain, but they died in 1 millisecond. So this destruction and that fire, before we can even feel that pain, 100 milliseconds, the Lord must be gonna change us quick.
I got your like in the dream. I got another.
Come on, real quick. Let's get that real quick.
All right, this is
Oh, he got it. I think. Come on with it, man. We can get this book. All right.
This is Psalms 126:1. When the Lord turned again the captivity of Zion, we were like them that dream.
Right. So how he gonna turn? He's gonna what? Turn our captivity. Meaning what? Do away with this heaven right now. It's gonna be a new heaven and a new earth. He said it's gonna pass away with a great noise, and that great noise is gonna be destruction. So it's gonna be like a dream, though. It's gonna be like when Peter was delivered in 44 AD. When he was delivered out of prison, and he didn't know it was real until he was far away from the prison. And then he looked, and he realized the angel delivered him. That's how we're gonna be, Yahweh Ratazah, in the chariots, far away from the prison planet, our hell, and looking back and saying this.
It says, then was our mouth filled with laughter and our tongue with singing. Then said they among the heathen, the Lord hath done great things for them.
See that? So the elect are going to be affrighted. You can get that real quick. Revelation 11. Same with the. There you go, right there. 13. Yep.
This is Revelation 11:13. It says, and the same hour there was a great earthquake.
Right, so America's going to be destroyed in 1 hour. That's Revelation, I think, 18. America's going to be destroyed in 1 hour. So within that same hour, this is going to happen.
It says, and the 10th part of the city fell.
Meaning the whole city of America is going to fall, be destroyed. It's going to be swept as a vessel of destruction, like a broom, sweeping across this place. Targeted precision strikes from Russia, China, and Iran, and all these nations.
It says, and in the earthquake were slain of men 7,000.
So in that destruction, there's going to be slain of men 7,000. That word 7,000 means an innumerable number of people, meaning complete destruction that the Lord has set. He said, I shall number you to the sword. So the Lord got a set number of people that's going to be destroyed in this place, right? Especially 2/3, right?
It says, and the remnant were affrighted.
So the remnant going to be affrighted. See that? They're going to be scared going up into the chariots, but you're going to know and have faith that you're not going to dash your foot against a stone. You're not going to fall out the chariot. You said under his wings shalt thou trust. All right? You're going to trust in the chariots.
And gave glory to Yahweh of heaven.
See that? So we're going to be affrighted, and then we're going to give glory to the God of heaven, man, at that moment. You see that?
This is Psalms 124:6. Blessed be the Lord who hath not given us as a prey to their teeth.
Right.
Our soul is escaped as a bird out of the snare of the fowler. The snare is broken and we are escaped. Our help is in the name of the Lord who hath made heaven and earth.
Right, man. So this snare got to be broken. And then we can escape. All right, so the Lord gonna break the staff of the wicked. All right, and he say the Lord has the keys to hell and death. He gonna break us out of these chains, man, and we're gonna be escaped as a bird from the fowler, man. Israel, the speckled bird. You know. Yep. Go ahead.
This is Isaiah chapter 26, verse 19. Thy dead men shall live, together with my dead body shall they arise. Awake and sing, ye that dwell in the dust, for thy dwell is as that dew is as the dew of herbs, and the earth shall cast out the dead. Come, my people, enter thou into thy chambers, and shut thy doors about thee. Hide thyself as if it were a little moment until the indignation be overpassed. And so that's us coming, being risen up out of the dust, being quickened from being brought out of the congregation of the dead, being quickened, and then us being risen up. Then from being risen up, us being lifted up into the chariots and being there for a little bit of moment, getting them instructions, coming right back down to the earth to do business.
Right. Right. And we're gonna be renewed. The Lord gonna take this wicked flesh away from us. Right. Yeah, go ahead and bring that up real quick. You know, move on with this lesson.
This is Psalms 57, 58, Salakia, verse 9. It says, before your pots can feel the thorns, he will take them away as with a whirlwind, both living and in his wrath.
That just goes into what the elder just said. Take 100 milliseconds for you to feel pain, right? Except for the pots can feel the thorns, right? We're going to be delivered, man, before we can feel any type of anything. Just like Hananiah, Azariah, Mishael. They ain't feel none of that. Matter of fact, they didn't even smell like smoke, but they just came out of a furnace. Right. And before we can feel anything, the Lord's going to be to snatch us up out of here, Lord willing, I'm part of that number. Snatch us up out of here, pull the spirit out of that body, whatever he's going to do with the old body, it don't matter. Then put the spirit into the new body and program it that it won't go off anymore. Right. And everything else is going to be a witness and a testimony of what we went through. And we're going to be that witness and testimony of what we went through, telling the stories to the ones that are being born back in. Right, man.
Go ahead,
brother.
This is the book of Luke 4, 10 and 11. For it is written, he shall give his angel charge over thee to keep thee, and in their hand they shall bear thee up, lest at any time thou dash the foot against a stone.
At that point in time, we know that, the angels, they have to have charge of us, because we're not able to do anything on our own until we get into those new bodies and be like Yahweh Shai. So he has to give the angels charge over us so that we don't dash our foot upon the stone, so we don't stumble, so then we don't get hurt in the process of deliverance.
Right. They're going to protect you. The same thing David was doing in this flesh, the same way the other prophets were doing in the same flesh, he's going to give you that same power, man. Right. All right. Oh, go ahead, brother.
This is the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 15 and verse 51. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trump shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. So we gonna change, man, in the twinkling of the eye, the scriptures say. Yahweh Ratazal, I'm a part of that number. All right, but hopefully elect those who are the first fruits, they're gonna be changed, man, in that instance, man, to meet the Lord and the rest of the elect in the clouds.
Just think about how quickly he changed our thought process. Real quick. You see something wasn't right, he put it in our mind. You damn right ain't nothing right. Here's what's right. Boom. Quickly, he changed our man, went to bed, you know what I'm saying? Wicked, woke up the next day, you know what I'm saying, on that righteous path, man. Instantly, bro. That's how instantly he gonna change us. And all it, man, just like the elder said, like we're gonna have the power to do the things that King David and Elisha did back then. And the only reason why, one of the main reasons why we don't have it now, because it's an old saying that said, when there's a will, there's a way. All right, when you understand the Most High's will, there's always a way. And that mindset, that's the mindset that King David had. If he knew it for the will, that's why he came and that's what he told Goliath. He said, yeah, you have all these weapons and everything, but I have the power in the heaven behind me. So he knew it was by authority of Yahweh Shai to take down this giant and that was the spirit that we was in. But now we feel like we get defeated when we can't pay a bill. You get what I'm saying? It's a different mindset now. We get depressed when financial stuff comes sometimes, but it's just all these things that's within the system that bear weight upon us that changes our mindset. As soon as we realize that none of that stuff doesn't matter, because whether we worried about it or not, the Most High has already made a way for us to be able to do whatever we need to do on this carnal side. The only thing we need to do is focus on the spiritual.
Right. And you think about it, man, everything that you worry about in this society, how many people have worried about the same thing in the old Roman Empire? And they're not on the earth no more. They're back here now, probably.
Yeah.
But their problems were back then in history. You know, things people built. They wanted to build it so bad, like an anthill being built.
Yeah.
And it's ultimately gonna fall. All these businesses that people started. People started businesses in the Roman Empire. What does that matter to today? Nothing. People started businesses in the Persian Empire. Where is it at now?
It came and it went.
Right? You know what I'm saying? So the things people worry about in this society is that same vain mindset of worry. That's why you're supposed to pray or worry, but don't do both. It's okay. It's a normal human feeling. It's a human chill, but you got to control it, harness it like you're training a horse.
Right.
You know, and you bridle the tongue. You don't speak doubt. You know what I'm saying? All right, I'm gonna keep going too, because it's about to rain. Go ahead, though. Bring that up real quick, brother.
This is Zechariah 12. This is Zechariah 12 and 8. In that day shall the Lord defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David. In the house of David shall be as Yahweh, as the angel of the Lord before them.
There you go.
And I bring that out just to back up the elder when he's saying, hey, we're going to be changed. We're going to have new bodies. We're going to be just like Yahweh Shai.
And like David.
Yeah, like David.
Right.
Little G's, not big G.
Yeah, little guy.
Yeah, little guy.
All right, let's keep going, brother.
This is Revelation chapter 11, say 14, right?
Yep.
Verse 14. It says, the second woe is past, and behold, the third woe cometh quickly.
Right, so it's gonna be quick. You know, it's not gonna be some huge announcement. They're already in World War III, and by the time people realize it, they're gonna be at the missiles. They're gonna be at that level, the nuclear level. You know, that's why it's building up all the way up to that point. And then that's what people gonna. The scriptures say they should all see together. They're gonna be like, oh shit, we in World War III. They're gonna be talking to us like, hey brother, did you know we in World?
Hey, you know this, that?
You know what I'm saying?
Because they be like that now. Because, like, you know, some of the prophecies don't pass, you know, things that, and I'd be like, look, that's not going to change. This is what it's going to be there. And they'd be like, look, you know, this ain't family and all. I'd be like, bro, I already said that.
Right, and what that shows us is this initiative. We got to see it. We can't wait for them to wake up, to start moving, preparing. We got to see it that, damn, we're ahead of the race, man. You're like years ahead of light years ahead of these people. And you can't wait for them to wake up and then be alarmed and ready. You know, because they ain't never going to see it until the last second. You know, all right? So let's keep going, brother. So the second woe is past, and behold, the third woe coming quickly. What's that? The Third World War. Whether they want to believe it or not, it's in the scriptures. It's not in the Quran.
This is verse 15 of Revelation chapter 11. And the seventh angel sounded, and there were great voices in heaven saying, the kingdom of this world.
Right, mind you, the deliverance already happened. It just said the elect were taken up that same hour. So now there's going to be voices heard up there. What's that? Praising, shouting to the Lord. It's what's that? Revelation 14. You know, and also where it says, only when I knew the song
was them that could sing it.
Yeah.
It's
14.
14 West. 14 and I looked and lo, a lamb.
Right, so who got it?
I got 14 and 1 right here.
Right.
This is Revelations 14 and 1. And I looked and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000 having his father's name written in their foreheads. And I heard a voice from heaven as the voice of many waters and as the voice of a great thunder. And I heard the voice of harpers harping with their harps. And they sang as it were a new song before the throne and before the four beasts.
Right, and that song is a song of victory. All right, yeah, we're singing a new song now, which is this truth, and but it also goes into Exodus, I think, chapter 5 or 15. It was the song that Moses sang. It was a song of victory. All right, Moses actually really sung this song. He was singing. If you can find, we ain't gotta get it because like the whole chapter. I think it's Exodus 15 or Exodus 5.
15.
It's 15.
15.
Right? Don't it say something like singing? He sung?
Yeah, 15:1. Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord, and spake, saying, I will sing unto the Lord, for he hath triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider hath he thrown into the sea.
See that? So now he said he's gonna deliver us from the second Egypt. You know? So that celebration of him, of the Lord delivering us from Egypt and casting the horse and his rider into the sea was talking about Pharaoh going into the sea. So now we're gonna sing a different song of us being delivered from this Egypt. All right, it's gonna be a song of triumph. See that? Go ahead, brother. Who was reading?
Me. So we go back to Revelation 14.
Right where was that? Dive right in. We were trying to beat the storm.
And no man could learn the song but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth.
Right, there you go. So only the 144,000 know this song.
These are
didn't know this prophecy, man. Right?
These are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb whatsoever he goeth.
Right.
These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto Yahweh and to the Lamb.
There you go. That's the heavenly council, the heavenly assembly, the heavenly Sanhedrin that the Lord is establishing. The word Sanhedrin just goes into the word council or assembly. Go ahead, brother.
This is Revelation 11 and 15. And the seventh angel sounded, and there was great voices in heaven saying, the kingdom of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord and of our Lord Yahushua HaMashiach, and he shall reign forever and ever.
See, that's what they're going to be singing. You see that? That's what they're going to be saying. The kingdom of heaven has become our Lord, and we're singing that song right now. He said the kingdom of heaven is at hand. You know? All right, so
it's right there. We're surrounded.
You know, you realize we're like the only ones out here.
Is that grabbing some?
All right, read one more verse.
Verse 16, 17. No, come on, 16. And the 4 and 20 elders which sat.
The 4 and 20 elders. See that? 24. So that would be 12 and 12. Once again, the foundation goes into Revelations. Look at that. Revelations 21 and 9. Dang, that's gonna be long. Quick. I just need to get this real quick, bro.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 9. And there came unto me one of the 7 angels, which had the 7 vials full of the 7 last plagues, and talked with me, saying, come hither, I will show thee and the bride, Salakia, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife.
Yep.
And he carried me away in the spirit to a great and high mountain, and showed me the great city, the holy.
Go to 12.
Verse 12.
Yep.
And had a great, Salakia, and had a wall great and high, and had 12 gates.
So we're gonna have a defense that nobody can get over. All right. And that defense is gonna be Yahushua. Go ahead.
And at the gates 12 angels.
So 12 gates and 12 angels. Go ahead.
And names written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel.
See that? So you have the 12 gates, which would represent the windows or our places, our lot for the 12 tribes of Israel. Go ahead.
Verse 13, on the east 3 gates, on the north 3 gates, on the south 3 gates, and on the west 3 gates.
Right. So that goes into 4 different sides. You know, so that 4 plus 3 is 4 times 3 is what? 12. Go ahead. So the 12 tribes of Israel, but is it all Israel that's going to enter into them gates? No, the ones that are built upon the apostles and the prophets. Go ahead.
And the wall of the city had 12 foundations.
See, the wall of the city has 12 foundations. Go ahead.
And in them the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb.
There you go. So in them the name of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. So that goes right on hand to hand with this right here. The 24 elders.
This is Revelation.
And the word elder right there just means royalty. All right. So the assembly that the Lord is gathering together is going to be the 12 tribes of Israel that were built upon the foundation of the 12 apostles. And that's what it was up there. It wasn't 24 men standing there. That's a reflection of a numerable number that's going to be up there praising the Lord. All right. It don't literally mean it was 24 men.
This is Revelation 11, verse 16. And the 4 and 20 elders which sat before Yahweh on their seats.
Right. That word elder just means royalty in this sense.
Fell upon their faces and worshiped Yahweh.
Right. Yep. Because we're going to be the elders in the kingdom. We're going to be the one. You're going to be the one sitting upon thrones, and everybody that's born after you, you'll be the elder.
Verse 17.
So sitting upon thrones, right? What did he say? The 12 tribes of Israel was sitting. He said, I saw them sitting upon thrones.
Judging the angels or something?
Judging the 12 tribes of Israel.
Yeah,
being royal. Yep. That's it. All right.
Have an injection.
Go ahead, real quick.
It's the book of Zechariah 2 and 1 and 2. I lifted up my eyes against and look, and behold a man with a major line in his hand.
Yeah, we already read that.
Oh, Silaka.
No, you good. We read that earlier though.
Oh, Silaka.
That's perfect. That's spirit. Yep. So yeah, that takes us back to the point. Measuring the temple of Israel. You know, and we the Lord is measuring it now. All right. And now, yep. And we dwell in the temple, worshiping the Lord, and others dwell outside the temple. Okay. So, Profane. That's right, brother. So, and the ones inside the temple, they represent the heavenly council that the Lord is building. Okay. And He's going to meet them in the air to have this council, to have this meeting at the round table. All right. So let's finish it out. We ain't gonna get to my precept. Go ahead, bro. Verse 17, yeah.
Revelations 11 and 17, saying, we give thee thanks, O Lord Yahweh, God Almighty.
Right, that goes with Revelation chapter 4 as well. 4 and 1? Revelation 4 and 1?
It's Revelation chapter 4 and verse 1. After this I looked, and behold, a door was open in heaven, and the first voice which I heard was as it were of a trumpet, talking with me, which said, come up hither, and I will show thee things which must be hereafter.
Right, so John went into the spirit world. All right, he told him to come up there. Go ahead.
And immediately I was in the spirit, and behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one sat on the throne.
Right, so he saw this in the heavens. Go ahead.
And he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone.
Right, dark brown. That's Yahweh, dark brown skin. Go ahead.
And there was a rainbow round about the throne in sight like unto the emerald.
Right, so imagine a rainbow, but imagine a rainbow being emerald, like Emerald City. That's what the reflection is around Yahweh right now, a green glow. Go ahead.
And round about the throne were 4 and 20 seats.
Yep.
And upon the seats I saw 4 and 20 elders sitting, clothed in white raiment, and they had on their heads crowns of gold.
See that? So that's talking about the elect. All right. So these seats are only for the 12 tribes of Israel. But is it for all Israel? Is it only for 24 elders? No, it's for all Israel and the ones that were built upon the foundation of the 12 disciples. All right. So that's what it's talking about. They're the ones that's going to be crowned, have crowns and white linen. What's that? To her was given the linen. That she should be dressed in white, clothed in white.
19. Con, I got it right here.
You got it?
Con, this is the book of Revelations 19 and 8. Let's see if this is one.
And to her was granted that she should be arrayed in fine linen, clean and white. For the fine linen is the righteousness of the saints.
See that? So these saints are going to be clothed in white. All right. Let's get 2nd Ezra chapter 2. Real quick.
Chapter 2.
Yeah, it said take that number. I think it's 11.
What verse? 2nd Ezra chapter 2 verse 41.
41.
The number of thy children whom thou longest for is fulfilled.
Right, so the number of the children of the council that the Lord is longing for to sit in those seats. Somebody got that? 12 tribes of Israel? Judges 12 tribes of Israel? To sit upon thrones? I thought somebody had it by now.
Let's see.
Yep. So these same ones. Go ahead, brother.
This is this is Matthew chapter 19. I'm gonna start at verse 28. And Yahushua said unto them, verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration, which the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his judgment, ye also shall sit upon the 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel.
There you go. See that? The same one's going to sit upon those 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. It goes hand in hand. All right, with the scriptures we just read. The 12 gates and the 12 seats. All right, and 12 foundation stones. So, somebody reading?
2nd Ezra. This is 2nd Ezra chapter 2 verse 41. The number of thy children whom thou longest for
right,
is
144,000 and 1/3. Go ahead.
Is fulfilled.
Right, it's going to be fulfilled someday. Go ahead.
Beseech the power of the Lord that thy people, which have been called from the beginning, may be hallowed.
There you go. So you got to be called in this predestined. And he said what? It's going to be fulfilled, meaning that it's a prophecy that has to happen. And it's going to be fulfilled, man. All right, go ahead and say, and these have power to call fire out of their mouth and cause it not to rain in the day of their prophecy. Go ahead.
It says, I Ezra saw upon the Mount Zion a great people whom I could not number.
Right.
And they all praise the Lord with song.
See that? They all praise the Lord with song. Once again, they're going to be out there in the heavens, taken up into the chariots. They're going to be scared as hell or frightened. And the Lord going to take that fear from them. All right? Not allow them to feel pain. And they're going to be changed in the twinkling of an eye. And they're going to be praising the Lord with songs, meaning that word song is not supposed to be there. They're supposed to be shouting. All right? They're going to be shouting to the Lord.
This is Revelation 15:3. And they sing the song of Moses, the servant of Yahweh Bashem Yahushua.
There you go. Look at that song of Moses again.
And the song of the Lamb, saying, great and marvelous are thy works.
New song.
Gone. Lord Yahweh Bashem Yahushua, God Almighty, just and true are thy ways, thou King of saints. Yeah, so God, man, hey, just like the elder was saying, man, hey, we're gonna be Yahweh Ratazah. We're part of that number. We're gonna be singing praises to the Lord Yahweh Bashem Yahushua, saying great and marvelous are his works, man. That have been done and to be done, man. You know, hey, the destruction of this sinful kingdom, and also the salvation of the work of the 1/3, the elect men, women, and children, man.
Ezra chapter 2 verse 43. And in the midst of them there was a young man of a high stature, taller than all the rest.
Right, so that's Yahushua. He's exalted, preferred before all of us. Go ahead.
And upon every one of their heads he set crowns.
So upon every one of the elect's head, he's going to put a crown on your head. You're going to receive a crown at his hand, out of his hand.
And was more exalted, which I marvel at greatly.
See, he's going to be more exalted at that point. Once he put the crowns on our head, we're going to snap even more. And continue. That's what it means by singing. We're going to be exalting him. You see that? So he's going to be more exalted. We're going to go crazy, man. Have these spiritual beings exalting the power. You know? Have so much power that you can fly to the heavens and yell his name. That's what some of us want to do. You know what I mean? To the clouds and shout to the top of your lungs. That's freedom. That's real freedom. To not be bound to the earth or gravity. To be able to go out into space in the heavens. That's freedom. You know? Not just being able to roam around on the earth. That's not freedom.
The real sound of freedom.
Yeah, he gonna open the heavens to us. The real song of freedom. That's a lesson. That's a lesson.
Okay.
He's there.
There you go. All right, that was it. That got to the point. So there's some crowns, right? He said the 4 and 20 elders, the 12 and the 12, they're gonna have crowns on their head and garments. We just read it. All right. Go ahead.
Revelation 11 and 17, saying, we give thee thanks, O Lord Yahweh Almighty,
right,
which art was and art to come, because thou hast taken to thee thy great power and hast reigned. Keep going.
Right, so he has reigned, but what are you gonna do? Go ahead.
It says, and the nations were angry, and thy wrath is come, and the time of the dead that they should be judged, and that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servants the prophets, and to the saints, and them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth.
That's right. Where you at?
Verse 18. Just verse 18.
That's 18?
Revelation,
Let me get there with you real quick. All right. There you go. All right. So the nation's going to be angry because the Lord's wrath has come, man. All right. That goes with Revelation 16. They're going to still be like talking trash towards the Lord. They're not going to repent. That's right. After the destruction. You know, or during the destruction. All right. And it says what? He's going to give reward not only to the spiritually dead, meaning destruction, but he's also talking about he's going to give reward to his saints, the ones that he set apart. All right, go ahead.
Verse 19.
Right. Yep, this is another parable right here.
Verse 19. And the temple of Yahweh was opened in heaven.
Right, so the temple of Yahweh is going to be open. See that? He's going to open the heavens to us. And it's going to be seen where we get our power from. It's not going to be hidden anymore. It's going to be open for all the world to see. They're going to see Yahweh on the throne. All right, so the heavens going to be open. Go ahead.
It says, and there was seen in his temple the ark of his testament.
So right there, that's not talking about a physical ark that's going to be out there, the testament. That's talking about the ones that have access to that second covenant, the ark of the testament, the second testament. So you're gonna see heaven open, and they're gonna see the elect of Israel that's under that covenant in them chariots. That goes with Wisdom of Solomon chapter 5. They're gonna see it, you know. The enemy shall see it. Go ahead.
And there were lightnings.
So there's gonna be lightnings, judgments. Go ahead.
And voices, and thunderings, and an earthquake, and great hail.
There you go, and great hail. That comes from the missiles. And they're gonna look up and see the Ark of the Covenant, meaning the elect in those chariots, the covenant, the new covenant. All right, the same way that our enemies saw the covenant that the Lord made with Moses, and the Egyptians saw it. The same way, these heathens in 2/3 going to see the ones that are under this new covenant in the chariots. All right, it's going to be open to them. Hebrews 12 and 18, all the way to 24. We should be done with it. All right, so there's the whole John in Revelation 11, which is, you know, Yahweh Ratazah, we just went through.
This is Hebrews chapter 12, verse 18.
Right.
For ye are not come unto the mount that might be touched, and that burnt with fire.
Right, so we ain't come to the mount. Like others, they saw Yahweh Shai when he came down on Mount Sinai, and they were in fear. But us, we're gonna see it for love and for the joy, like Moses did. But the others, they saw it and they wanted to run. You see that? So when we see the Lord returning this time, 2/3 gonna want to see the Lord destroyed, and they're gonna run. But us, he said he's gonna appear to our joy and to their shame. Go ahead, brother. So the same way when the Lord came down on Mount Sinai, it's the same thing. Go ahead, brother.
And that's like.
So read that again. He said, we ain't coming to a mountain that can't be touched. He's saying, yo, y'all can deal with me. Don't be scared. That's what the Lord is saying to us. Go ahead, brother.
It's Hebrews 12 and 18. For ye are not come unto a mount that might be touched, and that burnt with fire, nor unto blackness and darkness and tempest.
Right. That was scary, man. That's a scary sight. Just like I said, the Lord's eyes is like fire. That's scary for people to see. But to us, we know it means his eyes are 10 times brighter than the sun. All right, he's intense and watching everything. Go ahead.
Verse 19, and the sound of a trumpet and the voice of words, which that the world should not be spoken to them anymore.
Right, so yeah, the trump, this is everything that happened on the Mount Sinai. The trumpet was blasting, it was shaking, it was a scary sight. And this is gonna be scary to 2/3, man. You know? What's that? Revelations 1 and 7. Somebody get that, Babaka Shah?
The book of Revelation 1 and 7.
Okay.
Behold, he come with cloud.
Oh, so the Lord, Yahweh Shah, is coming with the chariots, with the angels, go ahead, with clouds.
And every eye shall see him.
So every eye is going to see him, just like they saw, well, the Israelites saw the Lord on Mount Sinai. But this time, the whole world is going to see him. All right, go ahead.
They also wish pierce him.
And they also was pierced him, going into the jakes that pierced the Lord on the cross. I think his name was Saint Maurice. They called it Saint Maurice's lance. He still had the spear that pierced Yahweh Shai in the side. Those are people that did it. Go ahead.
And all kindreds of the earth should wail because of him.
See, all kindreds of the earth is going to wail because of him. But his scriptures say that he's going to appear to their shame and to our joy. All right, go ahead. Kabas.
Even so, amen.
Oh. Even so, I'm on. Yep, go ahead, brother.
Verse 20.
Where you at?
Hebrews 12 and 20. For they could not endure that which was commanded. And if so much as a beast touch the mountain, it shall be stoned or thrust through with a dart.
Yep. That's what the Lord said back then. If anybody would, when Yahweh Shai was up there on the mountain, on Mount Sinai, if anybody broke through and tried to touch the mountain, or an animal touched it, like the dog, the Lord said they were going to be thrust through and be destroyed. Go ahead.
And so terrible.
So the Lord not saying that now. He's saying, yo, we can come to him.
And so terrible was the sight that Moses said, I exceedingly fear and quake.
Right. So Moses was like, yo, I'm scared, man. It was so frightening. But that's why the scripture said that in Revelation 11. The remnant were affrighted. See that? But then they're gonna give joy, praises to the Lord and joy. Go ahead.
For ye are come unto Mount Zion, and to the city of the living power, the heavenly Jerusalem, and to an innumerable company of angels.
Right, yep, go ahead.
To the general assembly and church of the firstborn, which are written in heaven.
The church of the firstborn, the general assembly. You see that? So the Lord is creating another general assembly. The assembly of the elect, of the heavenly council that the Lord is establishing in the heavens, man. All right, for this earth. All right, the Sanhedrin, the spiritual Sanhedrin. Go ahead, brother.
And to God, the judge of all.
That's right, man. So that's what they're coming to. Now they're coming to the council of the Lord. You don't have to go to a mountain that's scary as hell. You know, shaking and seeing the smoke and seeing the chariot and the ship blasting. And the Lord said, if you come near it, it will destroy you. No, the Lord said you can deal with his people. You can go talk to the elect, the council of the Lord. The heavenly council that's going to be in the chariots where people can't even get to them, they're right in the people's presence today. Able to reach out and touch them and deal with them. But instead, they neglect and they miss in this moment. You know what I mean? And they treat us like shit. You know? That's it, man. We are off scouring to these people today. They look down on us. Go ahead, brother.
And to the spirits of just men made perfect.
See that? And they have been offered to approach the spirit of just men that's being made perfect, man. Not having to go to a scary ass mountain and oh shit, the Lord up there. The Lord like, no, this is the mountain, Mount Zion. You know? So he said his burden is light, man. Go ahead, brother.
And to Yahushua, the mediator of the new covenant, and to the blood of sprinkling that speaketh better things than that of Abel.
Right, man, speaking way better things than that of Abel. Go ahead.
See that ye refuse not him that speaketh, for if they escape not who refused him that spake on earth.
Because even Abel, the scriptures say Abel's blood cried out from the ground. What that means is Abel's spirit was out in the heavens crying out to the Father about Cain. So now this spirit that's out in the heavens, our high priest, he's speaking greater things than what Abel spoke. You see that? To the Father on our behalf. Go ahead, brother. All the way to 24.
All right, this Hebrews 12 and 25. See, they refuse not him that speaketh. For if they escape not who refused him that spake on earth.
Oh, that was it. That was it. Riding just there. All right, so we can keep going, man, but I'm gonna end it. Somebody get Revelation 4:1. Oh, let's keep going with that Revelation. Yeah. Let's go to verse 2, I think now, or 3. Somebody was reading, yeah, all the way to 5.
It's Revelation chapter 4 and verse 1. After this I looked, and behold, a door was opened in heaven, and the first voice which I heard was as it were of a trumpet.
Meaning it was loud. Go ahead.
Talking with me, which said, come up hither, and I will show these things which must be hereafter.
Right, man. So out in the heavens is way more real than this realm, man. This earth is nothing but a physical projection. That's all it really is, man.
And immediately I was in the spirit, and behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one sat on the throne.
Right. The one that's sitting on the throne, his name is Yahweh. Woo, there's order out there, and it's beautiful. It's so beautiful that Paul said he couldn't explain what he saw in the fourth dimension. It was all in order. On this earth, it's out of order. Go ahead, brother.
And he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone, and there was a rainbow round about the throne in sight like unto an emerald. And round about the throne were 24 seats, and upon the seats I saw 24 elders sitting, clothed in white raiment, and they had on their heads crowns of gold. And out of the throne proceeded lightnings and thunderings and voices, and there were 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Right. Can you go to verse 10?
It's verse 10. The 24 elders fall down before him that sat on the throne and worship him that liveth forever and ever, and cast their crowns before the throne, saying,
yeah, that's right. We're gonna do that. Y'all can see us doing that, man. Yeah. He give us the crown, we all gonna give him right back. Yeah, it's gonna be like a celebration. You're gonna cast your crown before him, like, yo, you know? And that shows a connection between you and your crown, too. You know, I think it's gonna be like, you know, that Thor shit is wicked. Yeah. I'm talking about that hammer. I believe our scepter and our crown is gonna be like that. You know, the way he threw that hammer, he's gonna call it to you.
Telepathic connection.
Yeah, it's gonna be connected to us from that point. It's gonna
like
be our
it's just an
bag.
extension of my arm or something.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to cast it to him, you can call it back.
What you say? Give him like, why did you eat the cookie off the floor?
Right, the same way Elijah called that wood from out of the water with the metal.
Oh, con.
Yep.
The hammer.
Yep.
Axe.
Yep, let's keep going, brother. I think that was it, right?
Verse 11.
Yep, 11.
Thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure they are and were created.
There you go, man. All right. So for the Lord's pleasure is why he created you. He created me. What's this? 12. I need 12. Let me see. 12, maybe? Is that 12? No. You said it was war in heaven?
No, Revelations 12.
Yeah, 12, I think it is.
Verse 7.
He said they made us a priest in the kingdom of our power.
12 and 7 to 17. And there was a war in heaven like when his name was trouble against the judge and angel.
Ah, man, where that one at, man? Multitudes and full of. All right, that's it. That's it. We can end it there. Anybody got any precepts you want to bring out real quick?
I got one.
You got one? All right, go ahead and take it. I'm gonna find this one real quick.
This is Isaiah chapter 54, verse 17. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of Yahweh, and their righteousness is of me, saith the Lord. So this scripture was said in the lesson today. I just wanted to bring it out that no weapon that's formed against Israel is going to prosper against us. Just like Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, we're going to be in the midst of the fire, but feel a cool mist, but feel coolness around us. And that coolness that's around us is going to be the spirit of Yahweh, while Yahweh shot.
Right. Can somebody grab Revelation 5 and 9? We're going to go to verse 10. And this gives more clarity on who the 4 and 20 elders are. All right.
Revelation 5 and 9.
Right, it represents the elect.
And they sung a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seals thereof, for thou wast slain and hast redeemed us to thy power by thy blood.
Right, so by that blood. So did he come and redeem us yet? No, this is going to be the elect saying this in the chariots, all right, out in the heavens. They're going to be saying this to Yahweh Shai. You have redeemed us now, go ahead, by thy blood.
Out of every kindred and tongue and people and nation.
Right, so is that only 24 people? No, that's how you know it's parabolic. It's talking about a group of people. That's a new innumerable number. That's going to be basically the 12 tribes of Israel, but the ones that were founded on the 12 apostles. All right, that's what this is right here. That's going to be singing this song. Go ahead.
Verse 10. And has made us unto our power kings.
Did he make us that yet? So it's about to happen.
And priests, and we shall reign on the earth.
Whoa. So that council, that Sanhedrin, that spiritual Sanhedrin, that assembly, they're going to be taken up and they're going to say this to the Lord. That's going to be our new testimony. And then they're going to say what? We shall reign on the earth. We know we're going to go rule from that point. Because you're going to have powers. You're going to be out in heaven using those powers. Having new bodies, probably flying around. Who knows? Setting sparks off in your hand and shit. You know, then you're going to say, yo, we about to rule on this earth. We know it. You know? Go ahead, bro. Yeah, we got to end it with this one.
All right, this is Isaiah 9 and 6. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty Power, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace, there shall be no end upon the throne of David and upon the kingdom to order it and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth even forever. The zeal of Yahweh of the power of hosts will perform this. So basically that's Yahweh Shai being set up and the tabernacle of David being set up under him, and it's going to be an everlasting rulership forever, man. And the government shall rest upon his shoulders. We shall never no longer be brought down low.
Spiritual counsel, man. Heavenly counsel. The greatest counsel ever that the Lord has established, man. All right. Revelation 21 and 21. We'll end it with that. Yep, because he said, arise and measure the temple.
It's Revelation chapter 21, verse 21. And the 12 gates were 12 pearls.
Oh, there you go again. The 12 gates were 12 pearls.
Every several gate was of one pearl.
Yep.
And the street of the city was pure gold.
There you go. All right, pure gold, man.
As it were transparent glass.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw no temple therein.
Whoa, so he saw no temple there. So the temple that he's talking about measuring is talking about us. All right, in preparation. Go ahead.
For Yahweh, power almighty, and the Lamb are the temple of it.
See that? So they're going to be the temple of it. The Lord said what? Keep going.
And the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon to shine in it, for the glory of Yahweh did lighten it.
See that? So we're not going to ever go off again. And we're not going to have need for one brother to teach another brother.
And the Lamb is the light thereof.
So the Lord is going to sustain our light. He's going to keep us perfect in the kingdom. All right? He's going to make us righteous and keep it that way. Go ahead, brother.
And the nations of them which are saved shall walk in the light of it.
So the elect of the nations of Israel, not all nations, right? But the elect of the nations that are saved, they're going to walk in the light of Yahweh Shai in the kingdom, walking around chilling, walking in that uprightness. You know what I'm saying?
And the kings of the earth do bring their glory and honor into it.
So how the nations, the kings gonna be saved? The nations, they're gonna be bringing their glory and their honor, meaning their rulers, their presidents, their politicians, their kings, their oligarchs. They're all gonna be brought to us in their honor and their riches and their wealth and their women. So they're gonna bring everything to us. We're not gonna have to go get it. They're gonna bring it to us.
Verse 25, and the gates of it shall not be shut at all by day, for there shall be no night there.
Right, see, there's not gonna be any night there. We're gonna have daytime and nighttime, but nighttime meaning what? Destruction. We in the night right now. We're in a dark time, you know, where things are dangerous. But in that time, we ain't got to worry. See, there was a time where they had the needle gate. You know, the needle gate. That's why they say go through an eye of a needle. But it's talking about the needle gate is because they would have to bring the cattle in. They would have to bring the camels in at nighttime. When they came in at nighttime, they would close the gate.
The big gate.
The big gate. They had to go through the needle gate because they go through the needle gate, the smaller gate. It would keep the robbers from trying to creep in through the big gate. You see that? So the Lord said we ain't gonna have to worry about that. See, in the kingdom, the gate's gonna be open day and night, and they're gonna be. The scriptures say that the ships of Tarshish shall wait on thee. That means all the ships that coming to the shores of America to go into these factories, they're gonna be showing up on the shores of Israel to go to your house. You know, we got a delivery for King so and so. You know, and they're gonna be shipped. They're gonna well, tell them to wait. How long? A couple days. You know, we're gonna be busy walking around in the light of the Lord, chilling. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna what you call that? Beautify. Help. They're gonna play a part in beautifying the kingdom. They're gonna be slaves. Go ahead, brother.
And they shall bring the glory and honor of the nations into it, and there shall in no wise enter into it anything that defileth, neither whatsoever worketh abomination,
there you go,
or maketh a lie, but they which are written in the Lamb's book of life.
They're not gonna be VIP. All right, and the ones that's gonna enter into his rest are the hopeful elect. That's the church. That's the ones that's called out. The ones that the Lord said measure the temple. All right, those are the same ones that are being measured now, but ultimately they're gonna end up being the council of the Lord, sitting at his table in the heavens. To sit down with him and drink wine fresh with him in the kingdom. Not that he's holding a bottle for thousands of years in his pocket. What it means is when he shows up, we're gonna have new vines growing on the earth. You know, just like he told Judah. He said, let's go to the grapes again. He told Judah that he was gonna wash his garments in the blood of grapes. That was a prophecy on Judah, because the land of Judah had them big grapes. You know? And he had so many grapes and access to it that he could wash his clothes in it. That's how much grapes he had. So that's how we're going to have it in the kingdom again. But ultimately, it's prophetic, talking about Yahushua destroying these nations. He's going to wash his garment, and his garment going to be covered in blood. All right, not physically blood, but meaning he's going to be destroying these nations. All right, so that's a double-sided prophecy. So we're going to have that again in the kingdom, to where we're going to have fresh grapes, giant grapes again. And the Yahushua said he's going to drink it fresh with you then, in that vineyard, mob style. He said, La Familia. All right? So we're going to end it, La Costa Nostra, right? So the spiritual mob. That was the Lord is establishing, man. So take your place, take your lot. You know, he say, put on thy beautiful garments, sit down. What that means is take your seat, man. Take your seat upon your throne. Don't let this world pull you from it. Stay focused. Like walk in meditation. All right? So with that, I'm going to end it, man. Anybody got any more precepts or anything? We ended this. All right? So hopefully this was edifying to you. Revelation chapter 11. And there's a lot you can pluck from this video. And take notes. Add them to your precepts. And go out and teach it. You know what I'm saying? So with that, we're going to end it. We're going to say Shalom. We're going to say Kal, Halayim, La, Yahweh, Ba'Hashem, Yahushai, Ba'Hashem, Ha, Rakah, Kodash, Mama. All right, double honor to the elder apostles of GMS and their elders. And Shalom to you, Akim, and Akwat, and the children that believe in sincerity and truth. around the four corners of the earth. With that, we say Shalom.
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 Shalom. Shalom. Shalom. Shalom. Right?
Yeah.